say knowledge is power, but what you do with it, that's what's important.
The Apex Games are where the champions are crowned, but the arenas are where legends are made.
I said danger close. Weren't you listening?
The arenas are my games. They're not about fame or spectacle. They are about the fight.
Arkstar!
The rules are simple. It's just your squad and their squad.
Adios, champ.
Whoever survives wins. Now pay attention. This is how the game is played. Assemble your squad in the customary fashion. Before the fight begins, squads are enclosed in their spawn room and have access to the shop. Here you can purchase weapons, items, and abilities with crafting materials. I will grant you a set amount of materials at the start of each round. You may earn more through your performance. Materials can be used immediately or saved for superior equipment later in the match. No purchased gear follows between rounds.
Wait, where's all my stuff?
Materials can be used to upgrade weapons, making you an even greater threat. At the end of the buy phase, the shields drop and the fun begins. Both teams engage in combat until one side is wiped out. Downed teammates can still be revived. But in this game, there are no respawns.
Use the pressure. It's the only way to survive.
Supply bins containing consumables and material canisters are scattered throughout the arena. A single airdrop containing 3 weapons arrives in the middle of each round. The tier of the weapons in the drop pod increases from round to round. Use them to overpower your competition. It's high risk, high reward.
Maybe next time, you should try a different path.
The first team to score 3 victories with a 2-win margin will be declared the champion. If teams battle to a deadlock 4-4 tie, round 9 is my favorite part. Sudden death.
Tossing up some amped cover.
I'm opening the skies.
Knock down more than a few.
Each arena has its own personality and acts as an optimal combat testing ground. The Phase Runner on Olympus wasn't the first of its kind. A prototype long abandoned rests in a remote section of Talos. Luckily, it remains intact and functional, providing unique combat opportunities to those clever enough to seize them.
There's research afoot. And then, of course, utter mayhem.
Coma was simply another Outlands hotspot turned yesterday's news, until an ill-fated joyride gave it a new landmark.
You're welcome.
With my assistance, the city has been reignited with a new monument to incompetence.
Thank you for this. I feel much better about myself now.
I have also secured some viable locations throughout the Outlands to serve as arenas. And don't get too comfortable. The future promises to be a bit fiery.
I think someone's here.
Oh, yes. A new legend has joined the fight. This little one and I share a common legacy. Pilot blood runs through her veins. This is Valkyrie.
Sending down hellfire.
She is as fearless as she is reckless. Friend or foe, make sure you look up as she takes the fight to the skies.
Your journey ends here, legends. The skies belong to me now.
The arenas are the ultimate test of skill and resolve. So I have a gift. The Bowcheck Compound Bow. This precision weapon requires patience and pinpoint consistency. It is made even deadlier with its 2 hop-up slots. Legends can combine shattercaps, splitting the arrow tip into a shotgun pattern, and Deadeye's tempo, allowing a faster draw when firing at the optimal pace. Master all of this, and you will become a true assassin.
You gotta take risks to be champ.
The need to prove superiority is instinctive. Hopefully, you can impress me. I'll see you in the arenas.
Olympus Security Perimeter Alert. Multiple unknown ships entering secure space. All personnel, please secure docking stations and prepare for arrival. Security forces on full alert.
Strap in, Mutie. Things are about to get mighty interesting.
Hello everyone, what a wonderful day for some more Apex Arena games here at the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arena Finals. I am NF Class, of course, bringing you the action. And before we get into this, there's a lot on the line today. Got a lot of prizes to give away. And it looks like I'm not going to be alone. Luke is going to be joining me. It is, of course, the one and only Big Hungry Phil as we bring in the cams. There he is, the lovely face, making it into the show on time as always. Hi, Phil. How are you today?
I am good, thanks. I like that it looked like we were going for it's a fake out special guest. We've got a respawn dev here. No, sorry, just we thought we'd add a little bit of tension and bring me in a few seconds later. But yeah, I'm here. We are ready for the final day of the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arena Finals, and we're going to be starting off with a pretty big matchup when you think of the sheer name power that we have in the bracket here today, class.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a day, and when we look at the games that we had yesterday, 8 of them, there's only 8 teams remaining. The roster has been halved. We're going to be doing the quarterfinals today, as well as the semifinals, and then, of course, the finals. But what are the teams playing for today? Let's look at that prize breakdown. Going to be going in for a total prize pool of 2,500 euros, of course, in the arena finals, and also Titan points. So we will be looking at those games today. When we look at what we're actually playing today, though, it is Apex Arena, and it's the Arena game mode. The Arena game mode, of course, is a very recent addition, so we're going to go through the entire Arena map pool, selected at random for every game. The game mode is, of course, 3v3, just like the normal Battle Royale. This is an EU team-only tournament, and it's a single elimination format. Every matchup between two teams consists of at least 2, potentially 3 maps, because of course you have to win 2 to win a best of 3. That being said, though, let's look at what we're gonna get with the bracket today, Phil, because we've had the games yesterday, which means we have 8 teams left. Let's see which teams are.
That's right. From a technical point of view, we now have the best of the best left in the bracket. Thinking about that best of 3 in the format, we actually only saw a map 3 once in the final game yesterday, but now that things are a little bit more tight, as we've got our best teams in each pair coming up, we can expect to maybe see a few more game 3s. And starting off today's action, we're going to be working anti-clockwise here, starting off with Fire Beavers versus Punisher SSS. Second round is going to be Bombarders versus Devochki is Anime, LFR versus Game of Drones, Ethics. They may say Ethics was taken. They are Team Ethics. And then Cloudy One Fanboys to take us through that quarterfinal round, onto the semifinals, and then the grand finals at the close of play today. And Classy, I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. I am very excited to see Fire Beavers maybe pushed a little bit further. And what are they being pushed towards? Well, that's right. You mentioned it already. We do have that prize pool on the line. So let's have a look and see exactly what our teams are playing for. It's a 2,500 euro prize pool split out as so. So that 50 euro and 5 Titan points prize pool that has already been claimed. That was for our, let's call them bottom 8 teams that went out of the bracket yesterday. So playing for today, going to be 200 euros and 20 Titan points for 3rd to 4th place, 100 euros, 10 points for 5th to 8th place, 400 euros for 2nd place, along with 40 Titan points, and then the grand prize here for our number 1 finishing team, 900 euros and 90 Titan points. So, Classy, it's not just money that they're playing for here. There are, of course, Titan points on the line, getting you more involved with the Trovo platform.
Yeah, and the Titan program itself is really awesome. You know, the more you play within certain Titan competitions, or just in general interact with programs or events you can earn Titan points with, the higher you can get on the leaderboard, and that actually in the end of the year also gains you rewards. Like it's actual, you know, it's a prizing leaderboard. So the higher you get, the better. And 90 points get you well on their way to a high ranking in that one. You can get some more along the way, I'm sure. So yeah, let's get into this today, starting with that first game, Fire Beavers versus the Punisher SSS.
So Punisher SSS are maybe not a team that we came in expecting much from. They did put up a very good showing. They won their round in a 2-0 blowout. I think they're one of our teams that didn't drop a point over the course of those two maps. Fire Beavers did, however, despite the fact they're coming in as the number one favourite to take the entire tournament, they did drop a point on their first map yesterday, which I believe was Phase Runner. But they are still the favourites here. And now that we are forward in the bracket, we've got a winning team versus a winning team, although I guess technically we had that in the previous round, this should be a lot closer. It's still going to be very difficult for Punisher SSS to go against Fire Beavers, because Fire Beavers recently finished second in the ALGS EMEA region, which is a big prestigious competition if you've not been following Apex Legends esports. Like, that is the closest we have to a crown wearer here in the bracket today.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the prize pool attached to a competition like that, they don't really do this for the money. This is truly so they can just get some more, you know, more gameplay in, more tactics in, etc. Because, well, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket, basically. But yeah, maybe they're just very interested in the Titan Point program. Maybe they just love to play the game here. We haven't had the chance to actually talk to them in the meantime, so you know we're just speculating here. But I'm happy that they're here. I'm happy they're here to also give the other teams the opportunity to measure up against them. And while the arena is a very different game mode than the normal Battle Royale, mechanics, game sense, all that communication, that still very much comes into play, even though it's not the normal mode that they would compete in.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this yesterday after our first set of matches. It's really like if you take the standard Battle Royale mode and you just knock everybody else out and take you immediately to that final circle where you've just got, well, okay, normally you're getting third-partied in the normal round, but like it's really taking you to the absolute pointiest, most action-packed wedge of the Apex Legends cone, right? This is where you are definitely going to find, there's no hiding, there's no bunkering, there's no chasing the edge of the circle, slowly gathering loot to prepare yourselves for that big end fight. You are just, boom, in and straight into the action. And that's kind of been reflected in the way that we've seen the game played, and for the most part in the way that these matches have worked out, because it's generally been very, very quick rounds. A lot of W mouse 1, or the controller equivalent, which I think we agreed was left stick forward and R2. It's get on top of your opponent and get them out of the fight ASAP. And we saw that be the popular strategy across pretty much every team we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and there was some variance in playstyle. There were also teams that were a little bit better about like baiting their opponent in or playing a little bit more at range. But the predominant playstyle we have been seeing is indeed that sort of trigger discipline. So that's you all go at the same time. You run at the enemy team and you overwhelm them. It was really that last game, especially that we had yesterday, where that I wouldn't say it went out of the window, but it was a very different matchup. It way more showcased the strategy, the in-game tactics, the combat tactics that you're going to get out of a game mode like this, where rounds often took a little bit longer, but also revolved way more around a little bit of poking, looking for openings, and even trying to like overturn a
It does seem that we've had a little bit of a change up here in the schedule. So we are instead going to be showing Bombarders versus Devochki is Anim first, rather than Fire Beavers versus Punisher SSS. Rest assured, we will still be bringing you that game the second that we have those teams in the lobby and ready to go. And to just reset on our discussion of what we can expect from these teams, Bombarders and Devochki is Anime, both coming through here with a 2-0 scoreline after yesterday's games. But again, teams that we are not really familiar with in Equus. We've got yesterday's game tape to think about, but we don't have. They're not pedigree teams. They're not teams that we've seen do, GLL or any of the other grassroots and tier 2 tournaments. We're not used to seeing them in ALGS, and so whilst they've come through on the back of a success in the first round, we still don't really have a favourite here, I don't think. So we've really got to wait until the rubber meets the road before we actually know what it is we can expect from these teams.
Yeah, it sounds like a very good matchup on paper. Of course, it's hard to really see what they're going to come up with because they haven't measured up before, and there isn't a real precedent for seeding, so to speak, in this event. But the way they were looking in their qualifying games yesterday, they definitely were two teams that can bring the heat today. I'm curious to see whether they are actually going to be showing us something similar in terms of being more controlled in their playstyle. It usually starts out that way. The first round, it rarely happens that one team just jumps up on the other because they don't exactly know what they can expect in terms of legends, in terms of everything really. But it can happen, and that aggression, that confidence can sometimes just be enough to win, even if your mechanics or everything else don't really add up to it, just because the other team feels overwhelmed or doesn't know how to deal with it straight away.
Yeah, and that comes back to that sort of WMouse1 playstyle and whether or not that is the correct tempo at a given time. But I'm getting word now that it's time to throw to our third host today, and that's, of course, Octane, ready to give the machine a kicking and show us on the wheel of maps exactly where we're going to be landing. So, as and when you're ready, please, Octane, give that a kick, quite the right word, and let's see where we're starting off first. Okay, well, we're going to be seeing Party Crasher, and that is only going to be the second time, I think, that we've seen Party Crasher come up in the lineup in a map that we actually play, rather than in that third map slot. So, one of the less spectated maps, and then onto Artillery and Phase Runner that we did see quite a good amount of yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I'm 100% looking forward to seeing what they can do on Party Crasher. Artillery, we've talked to Artillery at length yesterday, especially at the end because we got the opportunity to see it twice then. But yeah, Face Runner, very familiar to us at this stage. I really want to know what is going to happen with Party Crasher. Again, we talked about it. Are the teams going to actually pull out that Bloodhound that I've been highlighting so much? Because, the Bloodhound in such a more enclosed environment where there's a lot of small walls, etc., can be super helpful to decide a plan of attack, a potential flank or anything like that. And yeah, I mean, it's my recommendation. I'd say the Bloodhound is very normal to pick here. Usually you'll have a lifeline because that's just how it's been played out lately. But the third legend could be anything, really. I mean, Gibraltar's popular, but you can see an Octane, see a Pathfinder too. It's all up in the air.
Yeah, so I think there are a handful of legends that we've seen quite a lot of. The Lifeline, the Gibraltar, very common picks. Wraith, a little less common. Occasionally a little bit of the Pathfinder. Octane has been in the mix a little bit as well because I think his mobility option, whilst being relatively cheap, also gives you a lot of options to regress in or retreat from incoming damage. There are a wealth of legends that we have not seen. We've not seen Fuse come through. We've not seen Watson. There's been no Caustic. And I think what we're learning is that really the bunker style of play that some of these legends really embody, whilst it has had its time in the sun in the standard Battle Royale mode, really just is not that well suited for this. And I think I want to come back to what you were saying about having the Bloodhound in the mix, right? Because what we've got coming up first, Party Crasher is it's a flat map. There's very little high ground. The high ground that is there does not put you at a great elevation. So let's think of this in terms of like three different types of map. So we've got the flat map here. We have the hybrid map coming up in Artillery. And I don't think we've got the specific high ground control map, which tends to be Golden Gardens. But this open map style, this flat map style, definitely favors running the Bloodhound.
Yeah, it definitely would, and also, there is some high ground. There's definitely is some high ground that's usually fought over on, not really fought over on Party Crasher, but it's there. But the fact that those two high grounds are so close together for both teams means that it's a bit of a different one. It's easy to get up on either of them, and as we go into the map, you're going to be able to see that. It's it's kind of like the stages, is what I like to call them, because there's all these speaker units on top of it. So yeah, you just have competing stages, and they try to just do their battle of the bands, I guess. And already some good wingman shots from the Painter.
Yeah, and of course, Mozambique and Wingman, quite a good starter, relatively cheap, lots of high damage potential, a little bit of ranging disposal, but nothing particularly to write home about. And it's going to be an aggressive line in, using the grapple there from Higgins. Takes a bit of damage the way through, but just lasers them down with the L-Star. Didn't quite get the knock, but may get it there. And that's going to be Strelnik down already. Debochki is Anime. The fight still going on, and that was very quick. W Mouse One right on top of them, and that's how it goes.
They really early on got a lot of damage on the one unit that was on top for Deboshki, and they were able to just capitalize on that. They saw the person drop back on the lower ground. Immediately the Pathfinder goes up and over with their grappling and just jumps on them right here with the L-Star. And that was just a move. They know they're going to have to go and heal, just jump over the top. No one else was there to cover that high ground approach. Just could keep going.
Well caught out there in the replay. On to round 2 now. Of course, the format for this is first to 3, but you have to be leading by a 2-point margin, so we could see a 3-0 here, but the second Devoji get a point on the board here, we see that reset a little bit. So looking for a 2-point lead over the course of the map to secure the map. It's a good early start for Bombarders. Stronik goes up for a bit of damage, but takes some flak in exchange. And playing here where the low ground, the high ground is not a particular factor. There are some options here, but we're going to see Expire taking a lot of damage here. One hand on the stem, one hand on the gun, and Expire down to very low HP. Doesn't have the resource, doesn't have the time to stop in and find that last little bit of damage and get healed up. Instead, will get knocked down. And now it's 3v2 in favor of Bombarders. Oh no, sorry, Hyken down as well. It's 2v2. We're equal across the board. Down to just the Pains. And okay, the immediate push back here, Deboshki getting a point on the board.
See what we're going to get in the round 3, though, because round 3, that's usually the one where you start seeing a little bit more effectiveness come out of these tactics. Shields are a lot higher. There's not the same ability to be as explosive about things because there is just more time to react for an enemy. We'll see if that actually comes to play. I mean, these teams have both been so aggressive these past 2 rounds that I don't expect it to necessarily be a long one. But it's very much a possibility. And like round 3 is where it kind of starts, that gameplay, where you don't see the full we poke happen anymore.
And just to clarify what we mean when you have more armor in play is that the armor that you have equipped at the start of the round increases as the map pool goes on. So we started off on the white, now through the blue, and finally here onto the purple armor. So the time to kill significantly increased, and the value that, for example, a shield cell now has, shield battery has over a shield cell, is now absolutely massive. So got to be holding on to those. Going to be looking to collect those from around the map. Bombarders with rotation. Looks like they have found Deboshki is anime. We've got the L-Star coming in from Haken. Stands 2 still. Peppers in the damage. Manages to get the knockdown there, but is in a little bit of danger themselves here. As is the Painter, as is Haken. And we've got the Gibraltar Dome down, but the dead aggression is coming in. They're not being given the chance to take this lying down. And they will eventually pull that through. But that could have gone either way then. Had it not been for that Gibraltar Dome, they would have been in real trouble.
Gibraltar Dome was very nicely placed. Honestly, that was What Beast just being ready for the counter attack. But first of all, it was kind of a misposition coming out on the other side. The first person that went down was unfortunately rotating the wrong way around that little orb platform. And had they not done that, had they either backed off or found a different route out of there, they may have been able to stay alive, maybe even get an elimination out of that. Fortunately, wasn't the case. And then, yeah, if you cover that body, if you're able to stop the resurrection or at least camp that body, you're usually going to be able to either find the enemy team try to counter-attack you, or you're going to be able to just finish it and have a numbers advantage. So very nicely played from Bombardus to recognize that misposition, especially from Haken that was behind it. And let's see if they can push us through into a victory, because 1 round away from a first map win.
That's right, 2-1 in favor of Bombarders this one here, and they take the first match of the series. Haken goes for a long lob with the fragmentation grenade, but takes the damage for their Pain. But the Pain coming in on the right side. Interesting, haven't seen a lot of that outside of specifically the Pains. Will use the tactical ability to get out of the way, makes themselves a little bit of a target, but you can't deny the value this static high ground has. Gives them a huge amount of damage over the top, but goes for the 1v1 and can't quite make it connect. Will get the knockdown, but at very low health themselves. Exchanges 1 blow there, but takes the damage to knock them down. Bombarders still have 2 players up. They've now got the Gibraltar Dome, and they're in a position here to raise the Painter, but they're not being given the opportunity. It's going to be the ingress coming in from the Octane from Deboshki is anime. There's the HP down to 0. And Bombarders take the first map.
Very nicely played from them, honestly. The aggression that has come out from Bombarders has been paying off in spades, really. Not sure if they're going to be able to do that on other maps. These flat maps really lend themselves well to it because there's so much cover on your approach that you can just jump on your enemy team, and by the time you arrive, the cover is still there. Like that's how much there is on that map. It won't be as easy to do that on a map like Artillery, which is our second map, but definitely a strategy I'm curious to see whether they'll explore. And when we go to Artillery, the choice between do we go for the objective or do we go for the high ground is also one that's going to be very interesting to track, because most teams really fought around the high ground, but then when we got the last match yesterday, there was way more fighting going on the lower ground around the bunkers, where both the supply drop goes as well as where the loot crates are that are spread around the map.
But I think one of the things that we can look out for here is that, yes, whilst there is that control of the high ground that's so important, particularly towards the gallery at the back of the map, Bombarders are one of the few teams that are routinely running a surprise high ground legend, right? So we've seen very little variation in the meta, and to the best of my knowledge, Bombarders are the only team so far that are routinely running Horizon as a pick. And so we actually saw them try and use this yesterday in their match against Norway BFF. Norway BF had taken the high ground early on Golden Gardens, and they went to use that gravity lift to get up on top of them, surprise them, and find damage. Unfortunately, it just made them a bit of a sitting target, but that was much more successful here for the Painzer on the map that we just had. And they were actually able to utilize that, get that high ground advantage, and start to take over the fight a little bit. And if they can be canny about using that and not telegraphing that rotation too quickly, this absolutely is a tool for them to retake the high ground should the Vochki Izanime get there first.
Yeah, totally. I'm looking forward to seeing whether they're going to be able to, yes or no. Devoshki, I think a lot of the time they were just on the back foot. If they can make an early move, or at least set up a position a little bit better that's more equalized, they may be able to stop this relentless advance that comes out from Bombarders. And that is if they have to, because Bombarders, again, they might not be able to be as aggressive in a situation like this, because Artillery is more of a map where you can take a position and hold it a bit better, especially with the high grounds, but even in the bunkers, there's good positions to hold. So we'll see if that comes to fruition when we load it in the map soon. And it's the choice, really. Like, where do both teams choose to go from the get-go? We did see in my experience, more experienced teams that went to Artillery go more for the objective. The same went for instance, Thermal Station. But that might not be the case for these two squads.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that we've not really given much time to discussing is weapon choice. And I'm thinking back to yesterday's game with Cloudy1 versus Dunno Pew Pew. And Streamy in particular, coming out with a longbow and finding so much value as a long-range sniper. This is a map that really suits it because these high ground positions here give you such a line of attack using that long-range gun. So far, we've not seen any of that in play. We've got the Vault with P2020, and P2020 is just as backup here, because really the Vault is the primary weapon in this one. And you can see how much damage it's doing already. Swapping into the Vault, getting up around behind them, and into the back. Nice tracking there, and very, very quick here from Bombard. And I don't know if it's just that we didn't have time to see anybody else, but that felt like the Painzer doing most of the damage in that one.
It really did. It's almost insane to feel like that round went so quickly, but it's a very, it's just the continuation of what we saw last round, really, the last map. Just the immediate aggression from both teams. Then you just see the continuous blasting coming out here. Devoshki comes out on top this time. Let's see if Bombarders can pull it back.
Backtrack that, of course. I was so expecting it to only be Painzer on the horizon. I went, well, clearly that's Painzer on the horizon finding kills. No, it was, of course, Wonder Player GG making that swap. So relatively even comp now. Let's see what additional value these horizon picks can find. Autodome early to get in over the top, and that is a huge amount of damage there. Painzer takes a lot themselves. Will have to stop and pop the shield back. They did then get the knock onto Expiry. That puts them in the 2v3, but Wonder Player now down as well. Devochki down to just Strone to try and make this work, and a valiant effort, but a Mozambique and 3 enemies do not a good match make.
Oh, they definitely do not. So we're going to be going into round 3 with a very interesting development so far in that second map. Of course, we do need Bombarders to potentially lose this map in order for them to have a map 3. But Devushki. So far, at least, they've had a good start on this map. Doesn't look like dire straits just yet, so we could very well get it.
Yeah, it's not been a completely. It won't be a 6-0 shootout regardless of what happens. We do already have 2 points on the board for Dvorsky with the potential for them to get more here. I think where we're seeing our two teams play is much more similar to what we saw from Party Crasher. Like it's low ground, it's internal spaces. It's not making use of that sniper. It's a W mouse 1 comp, and they just want to get on top and use these buildings here to try and control the flow of the fight. But we're into the purple armor round now, so expect the time to kill to be a little bit higher here.
Yeah, and I've been liking seeing more of this L-Star. Both Haken and What Beast have been running it so far, and they've been getting quite a bit of value out of it. Of course, you have no reload, the constant shooting, and I think in a game mode like this, where it's all about the fight itself, it doesn't really matter whether you have, like, it matters whether you have to reload or not, because you can just keep firing at someone in a duel, and you'll eventually win it out because they might have to reload. Strelnik already out, so What Beast getting that one, but it is a trade coming out on the Painter.
Yeah, the Painter down as well. Couldn't quite get out of the line of fire quickly enough. I think even saw them deploy the tactical there to try and get themselves out of it. And his Expiry going for the trade upon the high ropes, but What Beast will find them here. And that's going to be over very quickly here. And so that puts us in a 2-1 position. A little bit slower for that fight to start, but once it did start, it was over very, very quickly, Classy.
It is something we've been seeing a little bit of. You know, sometimes teams just jump on the other squad, but more often than not, later in these rounds, they'll have a bit of a poke phase. They have a bit of a moment where they need to figure out where's the opening, who do we focus on, and if 3 players are able to focus the same target at the same time, that usually leads to them falling, and then they can make the move on the rest of the 2. And whether that is just taking that position, blocking that corpse so it cannot be rezzed, or whether, you know, you just make sure that you are in that position, then that's the choice for the other team. Do we try and get our teammate back up? Do we take that bait? Or do we try and retake the fight some other way? Usually it doesn't lead to a resurrection, but we've even seen that happen a few times.
That's What Beast with a couple of speculative frag grenades. Trying to knock down that opening door. There it goes. Now they've got a nice line in. No door for the enemy to hide behind. They can just straight rush in ahead of that one. A nice strategy. We've not seen too much of that sort of door destruction play into the game so far. Couple of good shots there out from Haken, but again, a very, very slow fight here so far. I think given that we are at match point here for Bombarders, I can understand Dvorsky wanting to play this slow and not push in before they absolutely have to.
Looks like this is a decent start here for both of these teams, but that Horizon needs to be careful. Don't want to get blasted out of the airplanes here. Rest of the squad able to cover this though, the healing attempts, and while the rest of the fight's going on the front line, that's a good Gibraltar bubble that just blocks a lot of the approach that you could have made otherwise.
And really, I think, like, in some cases, the Horizon pick here is a bit of an ego play. You've got to be so sure that you can win that out, right? You've got to be like, you put yourself up. Yes, it gives you the high ground, but you are a sitting duck whilst you're making use of it. And you've got to be so confident that you can get the better of your opponent. Strelnik takes a lot of damage there, has to get out. Now they know where he is, and know that he's going to be at least a little bit vulnerable for a while here. Start coming into play again, and that's exactly the problem that we were explaining with regards to using that tactical from the Horizon as the Painter down, care of Expiry. And unfortunately, despite a good pick there onto Painter by Dvorsky, that's going to be 3 in a row for Bombarders, moving them up into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, double Horizon play on artillery there. I do get it. You know, you run the Horizon, you run the Pathfinder, just so you have the ability to easily get onto those high grounds, and providing 2 potential routes to get up there for their entire team, not just for one player. It's a good move. It's a smart move. It just, you know, wasn't really that necessary for the entire game because, well, there wasn't a lot of playing around those high grounds. And that's fascinating to me to see. That's been a trend that's already developed where kind of every team has started to do that now that we've been seeing. It happened only in the beginning on artillery, the beginning of the day yesterday, but since then it's all been low ground. Everyone goes for that objective or to deny the enemy that objective. And it just seems like they feel like they have more room to play around there, which is true, because there's the bunkers, then there's the side room, you can get to the top of the bunker, so there's way more angles that you can do than when you're just on the high ground gallery or one of those two buildings. It's a bit more linear, it's a bit more predictable where you're going to go, where you're going to come from. And unless that circle really pushes you there, there's not really a reason to go to the high ground, because there's no need to confront people on that high ground if you're not on it.
And I think this speaks to a little bit the way that Apex Legends is designed, and one of the things that first really turned people on to Apex Legends, which is the way that the movement feels, in that you have a lot of speed, you have a lot of ability to slide around corners, to use some of those high-grade abilities to try and juke your opponent. And you can't use those if you are bunkered up the high ground trying to snipe. Like, you've got to be very confident that you can be that long-range sniper to forego wanting to use one of the key defining features of the game. Having a look back at the bracket, it will be Bombarders moving forward, as we just saw, and we're still waiting on confirmation as to whether we're seeing Firebeaver versus Punisher SSS coming up next, but we do still have LFR versus Game of Drones and Ethics versus Cloudy One Fanboys to come up before we start looking at these semi-final rounds.
Yeah, of course, Bombarders do qualify themselves, but they will have to go through either Firebeavers or Punisher SSS in order to get to those finals. And looks like that's the matchup we are going to see next. At least that's what production is trying to tell us, I think. So let's go back. Let's go back and talk about what those two teams are. Of course, we did do it already a little bit. Punisher SSS, they are, I wouldn't say the underdogs in this thing, but you would understand why people would call them that. And that's simply because of the power and the prowess behind Firebeavers. I mean, they are literally the runners-up of the entire European region because of ALGS. They are the ones that are currently just have the names to beat. And it is it's gonna be a close one potentially, but there's a good possibility that Firebeavers just run over it. We could get a very quick game here. But there's only one way to find out, and what battlegrounds we're gonna play them with. Octane, take it away. Let's show us what we're gonna be playing with. Which 3 maps are on the board for this one? Give her a kick.
I do think Octane's job is much easier here than ours, right? All he's going to do is turn up, he's on screen for 3 seconds, gives the machine a kick, and then he's off again. We've got to talk the entire time. Okay, so we are off to Artillery first. We've just seen that. And Golden Gardens coming up second. If we reach a 3rd map, that's going to be Party Crashes. So Golden Gardens, the only one we've not seen so far today. And we will be seeing that. And expect, I think, more of the same here on Artillery. I think you're right to highlight that teams seem to evolve past the need to go to the high ground. We've been over that. That's in large part down to wanting to make use of the mobility options and the corner control, the space control that you can have in those drawn-out fights. So look for more objective play, I think, in this next round of Artillery.
Oh, for sure, especially when you think about Firebeavers as well. They don't really care about a high ground. I mean, they'll use it if they have to, but they're just going to jump at the enemy team. That's what happened yesterday, at least. They weren't really in favor of sitting around. This was the map where they lost a round on against Stay yesterday, so there is a possibility that this might not be their stronger map. But on the other hand, I don't know if they really look at it in terms of maps. I think Firebeavers is more of a team that looks at it in terms of who are we playing against. Like, how do we play against these guys, over on what map are we playing, which is the same thing as they might not even think about which legends they're playing most of the time.
Yeah, quite right. And I think for Firebeavers, we actually did see a little bit of variety in the legends they were playing yesterday, but I feel like that was because they were really feeling themselves in that matchup against Stay. I think by the time we hit round 2, they were like, I think we can kind of play what we want here, because they did just so quickly get on top of Stay. And yes, Stay did take a point off of them, but I feel like that was due to complacency on the part of Firebeavers rather than capitalization on the part of Stay. But we're up against, in theory, a slightly stronger team here for Firebeavers. Punisher SSS have already made it through 1 round of the bracket, and so, in theory, should be a closer matchup, but still got to be watching out for Firebeavers, a very, very potent team.
And I like that you just call them, losing that round a little bit complacent, but because, you can actually lose a series by being too complacent. It's happened in professional esports and sports a lot of the time, where a team just doesn't prepare enough. They're kind of just taking it because they think, by our natural skill level, we'll be able to make it. And if you get too complacent, if you get too overconfident, too overzealous, you can sometimes just lose too many rounds. And then all of a sudden you have to turn it on. And it's not always that easy to just flip that switch from complacency to active pro mode. So there is an opportunity for Punishers to potentially run away with this one if there is indeed a semblance of complacency on the other side for Fire Beavers. That being said, even when they are complacent, they might just still be the better team.
They may well be. Well, instantly off onto the high ground here for Punishers, right up to the gallery at the back of the map. Wingman and P20 here for Yohani. And Yohani just taking a lot of damage and attempting to make that exchange there with Matfa coming in over the top with the Wraith here. And this is exactly where we saw so many fights break out yesterday, up in this gallery area, playing around this one choke in specific. And this is where a player like Matfa is going to be very important, using that Wraith ability to get out. Nice read on the door. The door starts to flap and none of those shots connect. Gibraltar Dome is now down. They're going to attempt to use that to aggress through. Of course, this works both ways. It's double direction shield, and Punishers have done a lot of damage here, but I think they may have overcommitted this one. They were already down Matfa. Daikar and Yohani both out of shields, and now Yohani suffering a little bit as well. Firebeaver still looking relatively healthy, though Sunset will have lost that over shield. And I think we're going to see this slow down a little bit. We may even see the res come through here for Punishers. No, we're not going to get that. That's the knockdown.
There is the exactly there's the immediate move. You do need to turn around. They're saying we know we got that down. We have to engage, make sure that that body is camped. But there is a counter down that came out, so it can't be too aggressive here. They're going to try a very sliver of HP, and that is going to be it. You just see the intelligence there. They know, like, yeah, if they want to res anybody, they're going to have to come back up the stairs. We have someone here that's down. They might be able to finish us. Any move they want to make other than healing, we got it. We're ready. And even if they heal, we have the numbers advantage. We'll be fine. Just that realization, that calm, that we don't have to make a move. We just wait for them to basically make a move and kill themselves. That's what happened here on the side of Fire Beavers. Good game.
And that was kind of it was kind of a perfect storm for Punishers as well, right? Because they had the high ground. In order for Fire Beavers to try and recover from the aggression that Punishers showed them, they gave up the high ground. They had the low ground. Even if they were looking to try and wait for the ring to come in and force somebody out, they still have the easy exit. They still have the easy way out of that one. And for the one remaining player from Fire Beavers, you kind of just got to shrug and say, GG, go next round, because there was no way they were going to be winning that one.
No, definitely not. This time around, Giovanni does seem to be wanting to go at least closer to these objectives that he can play over. At least scouting out if there's anything going on the lower grounds.
Never mind.
Punishers taking this out. I think they know. There's see, so the entirety of Fire Beavers is indeed up there, but it does mean that Fire Beavers are giving up those objectives, potentially extra weapons, etc. Nice shots from Taskmaster though. That's how you use the wingman, really.
Yeah, it's a sniper. Anything is a sniper if you're good enough, I think, is what we're learning here from watching Taskmaster.
Right.
And I think they've spotted that there's that was maybe a bit of an overcommitment there by Barryma. I don't think that's resable either. Although Gibraltar Dome is now out, we'll give them some cover, even if it's Punishers. Looks like they're not going to give them a chance to get the res here, so this might be Punishers putting an early 2 points and putting them at map point.
Wouldn't be surprised if it was. Just trying to get up on the high ground now. Ooh, get into the zone. Watch out for your health with that one, Giovanni. He barely finds a nook to hold in. Taskmaster gets barraged by player after player. Eventually will go down. Now it's just up to Sunset and the lifeline to be able to get this one back. They do actually get this one down. Another one. Just Giovanni left.
Wow. Okay, Punishers.
It looks like they're able to get it back.
Yeah, that was very close there. I'm kind of surprised at the way that turned around, because it looked like it was going exactly the opposite direction for a little while there. So all
the
tied up
resurrection
here.
onto the lifeline was really important. Like the fact that they got that off, just without that, they wouldn't have that last player to finish that off. They would have just had a 2v3, finish it out, and only get 2 downs. But fortunately for them, they're actually able to get that point on the board.
Yeah, I think that was very close. That could very easily have put Punishers at map points. Let's see if that was a fluke here on behalf of Fire Beavers. Lovely use of the zip line into the standard map zip line, straight up onto the high ground here from Taskmaster. Early posturing will make it difficult now for Punishers to close the distance. In fact, they're not even going to. We're going to see Taskmaster put down some suppressing fire while Sunset rotates over. Bit of a check here from Taskmaster. Wants to be careful that they won't get effectively skirmished by a rogue member of Punishers coming around behind them. Very passive here from Fire Beavers. Not the aggression we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, I think they've realized that the aggression will be punished if they go too far without cover. Punishers, this time around, they are sitting on their own high ground, and I don't think that's the smartest move to make. I think the only reason why you do that is because you have one person going for that loot, for that care package on the other side of the map, to make sure that that you can rotate wherever you need to. Like, do you rotate high ground, do you rotate low ground, depending on where the enemy team is. And they keep that overview for a little bit longer, and information is sometimes the name of the game here.
And look where this ring is evolving, though. So eventually Punishers are going to have to leave this, and they want to leave it early, but being on a zip line makes you a sitting duck, and Yuhan is going to go down. We'll see Parima taken down as well. And that was over very, very quickly. I think, unfortunately, whilst having that high ground position is great strategically, it can make you a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's more so that they actually decided to move in. Like, they could have also decided to take position somewhere on the low ground, trying to take a different route of approach, but the fact that they all go over that zip line, not losing a player is almost inconceivable, so they do lose their Gibraltar straight away. And then afterwards, it's a 3v2 to finish it off. They try to focus down this one player that went inside through the stairs, but then the rest of Fire Beavers just comes up from behind you and just shoots you in the back. Unfortunate, but a very logical outcome by the way that they played it, and maybe Punisher SSS is going to be a little bit more proactive this time around, as opposed to just waiting around on their high ground.
And of course, 3 rounds in does put us at map point here. So we're looking for decisive play to either take us to even on this one and force some extra rounds, or just to put this one in the dirt. Nice and early. Sorry, taking us to map point rather than... Yeah, taking us to map point rather than match point, apologies. And again, up onto the high ground. Different route in here from the Fire Beavers this time. Not taking the zip line, keeping nicely in the building as much as possible and avoiding any flak damage on the way through.
We're going to have Fire Beavers once again set up very similarly. They have one in their own building, just as a support structure for the other two that went up to the gallery. Once again, no interest in going for the low ground objective here for Fire Beavers. Nice spray from Giovanni. That was a very, very tough one to get away from. As he'll definitely has to come out from Fire Beavers. This could be a moment where you make that move, but you have to be careful because there's someone camping that zip line that will just zoom you down.
Yeah, and the fact that Punishers have invested into things like the Arc Star, like the frag grenades here, means that what they really want to do is flush out resources, is to stop Fire Beavers just being able to out-heal them and out-position them in the fight. They just want to spray in the damage, make themselves a little bit of a target, and just try to come up trumps in terms of dishing out more damage than they receive. But Fire Beavers now have control of this loot bin, and they've picked up a lot of healing items on top of what they brought with them into the fight. And of course, Taskmaster will have that zipline ready to get back and rejoin the team. So Fire Beavers can survive a lot of damage here.
Fire Beavers just in a great spot to take this one away. They've got the full pressure on the enemy team. They have the circle with it in their backs as well. So this is going to be up to how Punisher's really going to deal with this, because they have to move now. Once again, they do get a good nade for Salvo out, but it doesn't look like that's going to be enough. Nice first down on Daikar. Matva also down. That's the third one. Fire Beavers take it away. First game is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that was so clean. Obviously they knew that they had to deal with the Octane in the with the Pathfinder in that internal section of the gallery, but it just seemed like they tried to split and take a man defense, one player to one player. But once that initial 1v1 inside the building didn't work out, all that did was allow the Pathfinder to be the effective third party in that fight. And you saw the damage that they did just into the back of the Gibraltar as they came through for the offense. You needed to win that 1v1. And that sounds like an obvious point. Like, you've got to win your 1v1s if you want to win this game. But that was a very decisive 1v1. You were at map point. You had to do a little little bit better than that. And honestly, the tracking that we saw there from the Pathfinder on the defensive side, I guess if you want to call that being inside the gallery, was just really, really top notch.
It really was top notch. A lot of it still had to do with the fact that Punisher SSS had to go through that zip line to just get into circle in the first place. Like, they were definitely pushed out of that small room. And I think every single time you see a team retreat in a small room like that with a circle in their backs, you already know they're under a lot of pressure. They're likely not going to be able to walk away from that one. And even if they walk away, there aren't really a lot of directions they can go. So the other team, in this case Fire Beavers, just has to wait until they finally choose to go out and either run in the open or take a zip line. But whatever happens, you're going to be in a better position to shoot them than they are to shoot you, because they have to be in a certain movement that you do not have to do, and you can just anticipate. So Fire Beavers, in terms of positioning, aggressive positioning, definitely pressured out what Punisher SSS was trying to do, and that's where that high ground hold is very good at. If that circles with you, if you are in a position where you know the enemy team has to either go through you or in the open around you, you are just in a winning position regardless. There's almost nothing they can do against it. So that's not going to be the case on the next map, fortunately, potentially for the Punisher SSS, but that doesn't mean it will be necessarily a different story. So I'm very curious to see what the adaptations are going to be from both these teams.
And of course, we're looking at moving to Golden Gardens here, and we've seen a very definite meta for Golden Gardens that is maybe the most solid way the game is played, which is control of that initial high ground. That there's one effective tower in the middle of the garden where you get a good commanding view of the rest of the map. And once you take that, if you know how to properly utilize the high ground, if you know how to tunnel your opponent through certain chokes and through certain lines of sight, it is almost, unless of course you are... I'm trying to think of a team. LFR yesterday. LFR running the
Bangalore.
Yeah, running the Bangalore yesterday as a way to mitigate that. Like, unless you've got that locked in, you know what to do. If you don't get the high ground first, you're going to have a really, really tough time of it. So it's going to be a race for the top of the mountain here on Golden Gardens.
It's all about that dodgeball strat. If you're not on that high ground, you got to duck, dip, dive, dodge, and of course, dodge at the first one as well. It's just that's kind of what happens as soon as you're not on that high ground. You have to find a way to lure the enemy team off, or to somehow get on there on multiple angles to catch them off guard. There are options you have to your disposal to potentially deal with it. First round, we usually see teams go for this side of the map, which is the more objective-based side of the map. Just purely because in the first round, the objective matters a lot more. It gains you a lot more advantage over the other team, which doesn't require you to get as many resources out. You can see that Fire Beavers, they have chosen to actually go for that more high ground based side of the map. They are now roaming around too, getting some materials, getting some more advantage potentially over the other team in the next rounds. But for now, it is going to be Fire Beavers that have control over the dominant high grounds.
And look at the adaptation that Fire Beavers have made here. They've actually picked up the Bangalore themselves. So if they are second to the high ground, they can try and use that LFR strat of obfuscating their line in, reducing the likelihood of shots connecting as they run through. And so they can use that very well to their advantage. It means they can play a little bit slower here. They can afford to spend some time getting some materials ready for the next round, just in case things don't go their way. But they have allowed Punishers to make use of this care package. We'll see an R99 and a Wingman coming through here from 9 Matva. Massive available as well. So Mastiff R99, which is that's kind of a classic here when you think about the normal Apex game mode.
Yeah, it's a very good environment for these two weapons, unless you have to fight at the super long range. That 1099 will not find as much value. Still can do a little bit of a spray there. Won't really connect with anything. But Matva, of course, with the high mobility Octane, can just make it to the other side of the map in no time. They are looking for the angle. They're looking for where's this enemy team going to come from. Of course, they're communicating, talking about it. But there's the Bangalore play. Straight away, the smoke is out. Guani doesn't want to stay around in the fight in that smoke. And it's going to be Fire Beavers in a very pressuring situation at the moment.
Yeah, this has been a much more methodical game so far. Whilst we do have high ground control over the Fire Beavers, they actually picked that up early at the start of the map. It's not been a big factor. Punishers have done a very good job of not playing in the line of sight of that, and so Fire Beavers are forced to adapt and kind of bring the fight to Punishers. which I think if you are confident that you can win that gunfight is a great suggestion, a great strategy, but you've got to be supremely confident, and we're talking about Fire Beavers here, second place in ALGSS. Parima takes a bit of a whack in there. Taskmaster 2, so Fire Beavers need a minute here to get up to speed. They will deploy the smokes there to buy them a bit of cover to get some of that off. Beautiful tracking there from Fire Beavers. Sunset gets a good whack of damage in, chase them into the Gibraltar bubble, finds the final pick, and that's the first round going the way of Fire Beavers.
Fire Beavers played that really well. The reason why they mainly gave up that high ground, or I'll say gave up, didn't really rotate onto that anymore, was mainly to do with the circle. Circle wasn't really prone to help them out with that, so they just moved over to a more neutral site on the map and straight off faced off against the Punishers. Now, whether they're going to go for the high ground straight away again, which they did last time, that's a question, because we've seen, especially later in the game, these objectives become more and more important due to the edge you can get over your opponent with them, but also just deny them to have that edge in the first place. Fire Beavers are not necessarily a team that always pays attention to it. They will this time around.
Well, straight in with the jump pads there from Matvara, the Punishers. Huge amount of distance traveled, able to get to that first loot box. Now they're very quickly finding themselves playing in the smoke. That's going to be difficult, and it's absolute chaos in here. There's the crack, there's the knock. Very clean here from Taskmaster. And, I mean, blink and you miss it, folks. That's Fire Beavers on a hot streak here. That puts us at match point. Only one more needed, and they take a very quick round here.
Yeah, it's looking super good for them right now. Punisher SSS in a really bad spot, so to speak. There it's match point. Doesn't mean they're down out of it yet, but they do just seem to constantly get overwhelmed. As soon as Fire Beavers wants to pull that trigger, they pull it and they just get away with it. And the Bangalore is a big part of that strategy right away right now, because they manage to throw this smoke every single time in a location that forces Punishers to react to it. And unfortunately, when they react to it, they all kind of scatter. It becomes very chaotic, and then Fire Beavers picks up the direction where they want to go. They find the first target, then the second, and then the third, and they do it in a very methodical, one-by-one type of way, focusing it as a team.
And I think this is Punishers here defaulting to a much more classic playstyle. They've got the high ground, or at the very least, Yohani has the high ground here. Gives them a lot of control. You can see a little bit of damage coming out there. Good use of the reduced height poking above the parapet there with the crouch means that the head hitbox is well within range whilst not presenting that much of yourself as a target. And that is a lot of damage there onto Fire Beavers. Madva has the answering high ground here, so much space control for Punishers right now.
They know this player that is on the side of the map. They know they're super low. Taskmaster by now has healed back up, but that could have been an attack moment for them had they chosen to go down. We've seen a team do it yesterday, and we do know that's a bigger distance than you might think. So you don't always actually get away with the punishment, but that's probably also why they didn't choose to go for it. Punishers realizing that distance is too far, even if the enemy is super low, they might not make it in time. They can be fully healed up, and you're just going to get taken down. The counter. I do see Sunset Taskmaster just on this position still. They don't really have to move at the moment, but they're going to have to in a little bit when that circle starts moving in, because they're not in it currently.
The thing is, for Fire Beavers, momentum is on their side, time is on their side. If they lose a point here, it's no big deal. They just go next round and they can still win this out fairly easily. So I think they're quite happy to wait just until the ring forces a fight and robs some of the value out of this high ground, right? We actually saw this evolve yesterday, which, again, I think it was LFR playing. Just ended up being basically a heal war. One team up on the high ground, one team down on the low ground, and one team in possession of a Phoenix kit, ultimately winning out because of that. Bit of a misstep there from Punishers. Will force the drop of the Gibraltar Dome.
Still going for that care package that late in the game. You know they have that angle covered, and still you take way too much damage just for trying to go for it. Taskmaster is very low though in terms of health. It's a full shield,
That's it.
But there's the positioning on top of them. Yeah, you went for the loot crate, and the loot crate essentially got you down. Doesn't really matter though. Sunset has fallen, and Fire Beavers eventually come out on top. Punisher is just not good enough today.
No, sadly not. And a little bit of friendly fire to celebrate there at the end of the match. Bit of a spray and pray from our winning team, Fire Beavers, again, only dropping 1 point across that 2-map series and moving their way forwards into the quarterfinals, where they're going to be playing against the winners of our previous round, that being Bombarders. So semifinals number 1 locked in. We are halfway through the round of 8, and before we continue with the next half, we're going to throw you to a quick break, but don't go too far because we've got even more action coming your way shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, 2 maps down, 2 matches down, even 5 more to go. Only 2 left in the quarterfinals round. We'll move on to the semi-finals, and we're going to be loading up our next pairing in just a little while. And for those of you keeping track at home, that's going to be LFR versus Game of Drones. And so, 2 teams that we looked at Game of Drones going, okay, Game of Drones should be good. And then we saw LFR and went, okay, LFR are good as well. LFR have some interesting adaptations. How do we think it's going to work out when we get the final clash of these 2?
It's interesting, right? Because when you look at LFR, their playstyle is very opposite to, for instance, a team like Fire Beavers. A lot of what LFR was about was not confronting the enemy, almost making them impatient, making them come to you, and then springing the trap. They're much more of a, at least yesterday, they were much more of a calculated, reactive team. I wouldn't say passive. I think that's a bit too far, but they definitely played very much around that counter attack style. And then Game of Drones, maybe not so much. Game of Drones can probably deal with that, but it still remains to be seen what their final playstyle is. They did show a little bit of a different, few different colors yesterday. That being said, it's all going to come down probably to what type of maps we're going to get. So there's only one answer to that question, Phil.
Well, of course, the third co-host with only one voice line in the entire thing. There we go. It's got a kick. It is, in fact, your kick. Get the wheels spinning. I still think, I'm looking at the fact that this is a one-armed bandit. He could very easily have just pulled it. Instead, it goes straight for the kick. And we get the one map that we've not seen so far today coming up as our first one. That's going to be Thermal Station. And then back over to the old familiar Phase Runner and Party Crasher if we decide we need a third round here. So Thermal Station, what do you think that states about the way this game is going to play out compared to what we see on the other maps?
I think this is where LFR really comes to fruition, like the way they like to play. That big lava circle in the middle, as well as just the geometry of the map, really lends itself well to the way they want to be playing these things out. That being said, Game of Thrones wasn't necessarily super aggressive around this map. They just played around the objective a lot, and it was also the series from them that we saw probably the best clutch we've seen the entire tournament so far, where they just had their player go 1v3 almost and basically win it out. It was a very insane clutch that they got out of that, but not necessarily gonna expect that see that again. No. But it does mean that these turnaround actions, these you make the first move and we just spring the trap, might not work on Game of Thrones, and we're going to see if LFR either realizes that or is maybe going to adopt a different playstyle altogether. What I do know is that first loot crate in the middle of the map is going to be hotly contested, at least by Game of Thrones, maybe also by LFR, but maybe they don't want to be that confrontational. We'll see.
Maybe. I think there's an interesting thing to bring up about Game of Thrones in particular, which is we saw they were maybe a little bit slow to react in a change of tempo. Jules in particular, I think Jules went forward a lot of the time ahead of the rest of the team. So playing a mobility hero, playing the Octane or the Wraith or the Pathfinder to get ahead and do some early scouting. And sometimes that put them in a bit of a disadvantage because by sending Jules out effectively to skirmish and the enemy team not opting into that same style, it means that Jules was trying to run into a 1v3 or that the rest of Game of Drones were forced into a 2v3 because there was a bit of a mismatch in the speed of the way these two halves of the 2/3 and 1/3 of the team were working out here. Given that we know LFR are a much slower team, I wonder if we find another situation here where we get some early losses for Game of Drones just because they've misjudged the tempo, they've misjudged the way they need to play this. And they've got to be a little bit quicker on the adaptation if they want to make this a quick matchup and save their energy for the semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be one of those where if you kind of adapt to either tempo or just anything else, like just adaptation in general, then you're going to be overwhelmed by tempo changes, just by maybe compositional changes, weapon changes, positional changes, rotations, a lot of that. And that's, the hallmark of a good team is that you can adapt to things. So I'm definitely accepting or expecting Game of Thrones to be a little bit better about that. Maybe today. They did, of course, run away with the win yesterday, so they're not down and out of it. They did win 4 rounds in a row on this particular map after they were down 2-0. So Game of Thrones is definitely a team that's not really... They don't really crumble in the face of adversity, so to speak. And that is something that is probably said about them more than about any other team so far, that they can keep their head cool, even when we go to a map like Thermal Station, in which the heat rises quite quickly.
I just want to add to, you can see that we're getting a bevy of information down in the corner here from our Trovo mascots. The note there that the triple take is kind of a nod and a wink to the double take that was in Titanfall 2, and that's actually a thing that has happened to a number of weapons within Apex Legends. So the EVA 8 is the sequel to the EVA 7, is the other one that I'm aware of. So thank you, little mascot, for the tips there. Very interesting. Thank you for keeping us entertained. We are still waiting on apparently, I've just been informed that he is called Leon. So, Leon, thank you very much for keeping us entertained in the downtime. I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Phil. This is Man of Class, and it's lovely to meet you. There you go. I like the fact that just as I said that, he's moved over and given me the double thumbs up that way. It's almost like he's a sentient
Finger
being.
guns. Yeah. It's a nice guy to have around. We kind of have a fourth host now. We already had Octane.
Oh yeah,
Leon in there. It's all coming together, Phil. Eventually, we have a 12-man broadcast. I guess that's
might be a little mob-handed for that one, but if it's about entertainment for the people, then I'm kind of here for it. So just got word we are waiting on a remake of the lobby, so we should be getting into that relatively shortly. And I mean, there comes a point where, because we've not seen these teams outside of the one map each, or one match each that we've seen about them, like, we can speculate all we want. We can have a long discourse about the benefits of different setups. But ultimately, we've not seen these two teams play off against each other. We don't really know how that balance is going to work out. And I do wonder, against a team with just a little bit more pedigree behind them for Game of Thrones, if we can go back into speculating about what we think is going to happen here, is something like the wrinkle of having the Bangalore in the lineup, is that something that Game of Thrones are going to be able to quickly adapt to, or is that going to make them stumble a little bit, particularly when it comes to trying to assert dominance via high ground control?
That's a good question, right? And I don't think on every map that's going to be as relevant. I don't think on Thermal Station, for instance, that's not going to be something that will often happen. But we are going to some other maps that potentially could bring that out a little bit more. It is a bit more of a flatter map pool that we have right now. There isn't the map of Artillery in there or Golden Gardens. Like, both of those are out. So there are going to be a lot more. If there is verticality, it's because Pathfinders or Octanes are doing something weird. I think that's mostly what's going to happen. Maybe an Horizon comes into the mix, but yeah, we've mostly seen that come out of Pathfinders and Octanes. So let's see if they make the proverbial move and have the enemy look up in the sky a little bit as well.
Okay, well, it looks like we are just about ready to go into the lobby, so let's cease our yammering and have a look at what we've got coming our way. So LFR will be coming out with the Bangalore LTX on that pick, and already, somehow, through the particle effects of the lava, finds a target. A bit of damage, but they've already lost Julius. That's very unfortunate. I think going in there with maybe not quite all the information that's required. Pop the smoke and get out again, but they're in the 2v3 now. They need to equalize very quickly, or this round will very quickly get out of hand.
Won't be able to get that res off because it was too far away. So they sent... This is like the approach, right? They sent one player to the objective and two to the high ground side of things. Fortunately, the opposite happened on Game of Thrones side, and they were able to capitalize on that. Jules, in particular, is winning out that duel. Now we're going to be seeing what the rest of this map will bring us, as they are hiding underneath the high ground hold of LFR.
And now that we are back spectating Rondoniec, I think worth remembering that possibly the most insane play of yesterday's games we saw come out of Rondoniec, with that 1v2 clutch coming through, having lost the rest of the team, actually on Thermal Station as well. So just if you find yourselves looking at Game of Drones down to one player, and that one player is Rondoniec, don't count them out just yet, because there's a real good chance they'll get the equalizer. Ooh, not this time, though. That's the bleed out here, and we are even at Stevens. Although LTX is down now as well, so Game of Drones with the one-player advantage. We'll have the healing bot there. Allows them to get him. Didn't even need it, because the second the remaining player from LFR poked their head above the parapet, boom, off it gets taken, the shoulders.
Yeah, it was that was a hard situation to win anyways. Like, yeah, you got that one down on the side of Game of Thrones, but because they still have their lifeline up, they can just put the heal bot down, and they don't have to worry about like doing the long revive process. They don't have to put down a bubble. They can just camp that body, camp their own teammate, and make sure they win out that well 2v1, maybe 3v1, and the rest goes off. And it's really a hard situation to win that back in. That's why you did see the re-engage really quickly from the other side. They just want to stop that res, make sure they potentially can win a 1v1, 2v1, but they never really got the opportunity because, like you said, head got taken clean off. Very quick start here from LFR, going to the high ground this time around. Not something they characteristically would have done on this map, but right now they just want to play up here and hold their position.
And of course, they do find themselves being pushed on. They, of course, have a couple of get-out-of-jail-free cards. They will have the smokes available. They will have the zipline they've already set up. But instead, they're going to use the smokes here to try and flush Game of Thrones out of the low ground. They've given up some of the high ground control. And it looks like they're going to be trying to play, possibly, for that care package. So they do one shot connecting there from the alternator, but it's kind of a spray-and-pray weapon at the best of times. Not like the reliable and accurate wingman currently being rocked by Rondoniech.
Rondoniech in a position here with that wingman. Will just shoot back over the high ground. We talked about it before. The wingman kind of like a sniper. Pretty much the same
in
thing,
the right
right?
hands.
It's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit smaller, but it's still a sniper. We'll see if they are able to hit the amount of shots that you need to hit to actually get it down with it. But for now, it's just poking, draining resources, making sure you can potentially win out the group fight when it comes in later. Game of Thrones, though, they're pushed towards this high ground because that circle is completely with LFR at the moment. LFR going to be licking their lips with this one, sitting pretty on their high ground.
But for Game of Thrones, if this continues to be a very slow round, you just saw Lars actually pick up I think they managed 10 shield cells. So they have a lot available here to them. They can survive quite a long time by flushing out resources from LFR and hope that as the circle starts to evolve a little more, LFR are flushed out of this high ground position and they just take the ground war instead.
Looks like LFR, yeah, I mean, they might go for another heal off. They were the team that did that yesterday, so they might be able to do that. They could even go for a drop down, right? Like they could just be one of those teams that says, okay, so we could do a heal off. We could also just drop down into you while you're trying to get a heal off, and then we leave one person upstairs to just disrupt your healing rhythm. Doesn't mean they're going to do that necessarily, and the problem with this building is that there's 3 different layers to it that are all so separated that you cannot even... Only by going inside you'll be able to shoot at them.
And this is where I think you'd really like something like a Bloodhound to give you an idea of where the enemy is. Like, you kind of know roughly where it is. Okay, we are going in. It is a long jump down into the smokes. They've managed to get that reposition. They found the care package here. That's going to be an upgrade on the alternator, so that's the purple level alternator. In fact, we've got 2 alternators, a purple and a blue. And for LFR, the cover of the smokes was just not quite enough here. They managed to get the care package, but ultimately it just didn't quite work out for them there. And that's going to put us at map point here for Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Game of Thrones already doing super well here, playing very much as we expected, controlled, but with the right level of aggression whenever they need it. And LFR also, I would say, pretty much also playing as we expected. Very distant, very bait-heavy, very, you gotta come to us, and then we'll react to what you're doing. And to be fair, they are the best team at doing that so far, but Game of Thrones is just able to make a move you cannot react to, or react to the reaction really well. Like we said, they kind of are not showing that lack of adaptation to tempo right now, which they had a little bit of an issue with yesterday, and that seemed to have just been a warm-up issue potentially. We'll be seeing what LFR does with this, going for the objective in the first place, making sure they can potentially attack here onto Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones this time looking to be set up on that high ground, so way more in their position. And now we're going to be seeing what that circle does, because this might actually matter a lot for where this fight takes place. Do they have to get off the high ground with this next zone? Do they not? Currently, it doesn't seem like they have to. But will the next ring potentially make them? That's all what is going to come down to, I feel like. Next ring is forming. They're still able to stick up on their high ground. This is going to be a good round for Game of Thrones. So they can keep holding this position. So far, Game of Thrones starting to make a little bit more of a move. Jules is once again that aggressive position. And I like the way that they're just using Jules as a solo unit up front, trying to disrupt the rhythm of approach for LFR to his high ground. And then there's the high ground support on the other side. This is probably the best way you've seen this executed. Jules under too much pressure though from all the grenades, very well placed. Another dome comes out so they can go for the res onto Jules here. Next to the lava, we'll be able to get rezzed up by this... Ooh, no, there's going to be the counter engage straight away. Jules is still down. Rondoniec falls, and that is the round win for LFR. Good job being patient, and it did in fact look like that that situation there for Jules was a bit too risky. Jules too far forward, couldn't be supported in time, and was kind of stuck, couldn't really get out anymore. So Phil, first round was done. Unfortunate for the side of for the side of LFR that they're already 2 rounds down, but they did get that last round back. So let's see if they can potentially turn this one around, go for a reverse sweep, because it's possible. They need to get that one more round in. Does seem like two of a little bit of an audio issue here coming out from Phil. That's unfortunate, but that happens. As we go back into this round, spectators are back in, and immediately the shots are already firing. Once again, LFR looking to get that first objective. They do manage to get the loot crate out of there, and it's no surprise that Jules is once again on the front line, trying to deny them any entry. And being a very aggressive player altogether, you have LTX going around the side here with that Bangalore. This reposition from LFR is really interesting. They did this yesterday too. And once again, they're trying to put their Game of Thrones on the back foot, making sure that they can actually go for it.
Can you hear me now, Classy? Am I back in the call?
I can definitely hear you. You're
there we
back
go.
In, Phil.
Apologies for that. Thank you very much for carrying that one. And what I wanted to say before we got into this was that I think the reason LFR won that one, and they didn't win the previous one, was they stuck to their game plan. In the previous round, they gave up the high ground. They went to try and get what was in the care package, and they got very heavily punished for it. If they can keep playing this style, they are far more likely to take a win. You see Jules take a bit of damage here. It's going to flush out the use of the shield battery. You'd really rather be using shield cells at this point in the game if you've got them available. Shield batteries are a little bit more valuable, a little bit longer to use. But overall, not the end of the world here. Of course, it is still map point here for Game of Thrones. If they can take this map, they're going to take this map overall. But LFR are now, I think, properly leaning into their slower style of play here.
Let's check out this area.
Okay, well, again, one of the problems with having a team playing as slowly as LFR
it takes a while, right?
Yeah, it takes a while. You have a lot of downtime in a matchup like this. When it's
Game of Thrones also plays into it, though. Like, Game of Thrones also realized that this is the way that LFR plays. They maybe even went over the wall yesterday, and they just realized, well, we've seen them play on this map. We know what they're doing. LFR potentially is the same thing, but they're not changing their game plan. There's now a bit of an engagement coming out, and it does seem like Game of Thrones might be stuck in a little bit of a corner here. Nice nade play, though. Almost hitting a few there. Fulias tries to go from the other side. That's good angle coverage there coming out from Game of Thrones. A lot of damage on LFR. They're going to be able to finish this one off. Oh, so low these players are going. No one down just yet, but there goes the first two. The flank comes out, and one against is Ronodiec that ends it off. And I think that's the exact same location as well where they got that clutch yesterday. Yeah. Not a surprise that they're able to play around that pillar well, but that was such a cerebral play coming out from Game of Thrones. Able to throw the nades behind the pillar, force them out of position, cover the other angle, and then after that they know they can engage. They know they have the freedom to make that move because there's no way that LFR is looking around that pillar when they have to duck, dip, and dive away from those grenades.
Yeah, well, you know what you say. You know what they say. If you can dodge a grenade, you can dodge a dodgeball. And well, unfortunately, it tends to be grenades and different types of grenades. I don't think a dodgeball features in it much at all here in Apex Legends arenas. But that does put Game of Drones in the lead. One more map under the belt, and they will also be moving forward into the semi-final rounds, and we'll have that locked in, ready to cover with 2 more games to go. And what I will say is that I think LFR have the right idea here. They know that they
Yeah.
cannot really work this aggressive style, particularly if they've got someone who is, I won't say stuck on the Bangalore, but has a strong preference for the Bangalore, that has a game plan that works with it. When you don't have some of the utility and mobility that, for example, Game of Drones are running by having another high mobility character in the list, you are
Yeah.
limited in how aggressive you can be. But Game of Drones have also been very, very good at matching tempo. And this is the comment we made about Game of Drones after yesterday's game, which was they started trying to set the tempo and they set it too fast and they were punished for it. And by adapting into LFR's slower style, by playing at that same tempo and just being a little more patient, they're finding that they're winning out in the actual combat rather than giving over a map point because they've accidentally given over an advantageous position or they've put themselves in a dangerous position during the rotation. So it says a lot here about Game of Drones that they are able to adapt quite as quickly as that. And this is the comment we made at the start, was like, if Game of Drones are going to do this, if Game of Drones are going to go the distance, they've got to be quick at adapting to the different paces that their opponents are playing. Especially when you consider that if they go the distance here, they will potentially have to play against Fire Beavers, who we have seen be very, very high tempo. They need to be able to match that. We've seen them adjust downwards. We've yet to see them adjust upwards. I don't think LFR are the team to make that happen for them. So it's going to be the next round when we see a slightly more higher tempo team come up against them.
Yeah, we're definitely waiting for that moment, right? But that moment hasn't come just yet. It's only been map 1. We go to map 2. We could potentially see a shift in the dynamic between these two teams. Not a guarantee, of course, but let's see what they can bring us on when we go to the next one, which is Phase Runner, if I'm not mistaken. I think I remember that correctly.
Yes.
And Phase Runner, one of those maps that you think it has its own character, and it definitely does, because every single map does. But this is really the one where you can make the most of mobility, I'd say. I think there's not a lot of obstacles in the way. There is a little bit of a high ground shift. You have these, like when you exit the Phase Runner, there is an upstairs and a downstairs, in the industrial galleries, as we call that. But that doesn't really mean that you can necessarily use that effectively. A lot of the time, we've seen Wraiths and Octanes, maybe even Pathfinders make use of it sometimes. But a lot of the time, the dynamic in this map has really come down to one team is going to be behind their boxes and the other team is trying to engage on it. But there have been fights going around the rocks on the left and the right as well. It's really comes down to what the fight turns into and where the first pick happens. You see that loot box immediately being targeted here by LFR. They are going to get all those mets out of it. It's a great boon for them, potentially, if they can make use of them. But if Game of Drones consistently has this very high-pressure burst style, then it's going to be super hard to actually find a moment to heal. Those shields might be completely useless to them.
Now, we have seen Game of Drones make advantage already of Lars on the lifeline here by just getting a huge volume of shield batteries, which says to me that they are looking to either rob that capacity from LFR or looking to again slow things down to LFR's pace and just take the longer fight where the shield cells, the shield batteries are going to be that much more impactful. And they do now have a good controlling bit of high ground here. It's not the steepest change in incline. It's not a particularly difficult bit of high ground to assail, but it does mean they can control these chokes and know exactly where people are going. But it's not worked out. Lars is down already. Gibraltar Dome is out early from Rodonic. And this is a good bit of control here, but Rodonic is down. It's down to Jules to try and find something to turn this around, and it's just not going to work out for them. That's going to be the first point. This time, going the way of LFR.
Yep, LFR showing that they can still play this game, and of course we know they can. It's not like they just get run over every single time, but it was a bit of a quicker round for a first round. That's not surprising. That happens quite often, and we saw it on the last map too. And now we're going to get into the more controllable stage of this game. looking at the Pathfinder, I do like the different skins that everyone's running.
Yeah.
You know, coming from several different games where skins are often like disabled just because of competitive integrity, because you can't, or for viewership, you know, for several different reasons. It is a breath of fresh air to be able to see all these skins in their full glory. I would almost say. We're going to be seeing Lexers running out here on their lifeline. Once again, there's an aggressive engage coming out from Game of Drones. They might not be able to pull it off this time. It's always Jules. We keep talking about it. Jules with the aggression.
Yep. Yeah, Jules is the tip of the spear here. Relying on Jules being a skirmisher, I don't know how much I would want to do that again into LFR, because LFR are just going to be playing as a unit the entire time. They don't really have a skirmisher. Technically, Furious could take up that mantle, but the cooldown on the grapple, the fact that it costs a relatively high amount of money to get more of the grapple, means that you can't always afford to do that. And Jules trying to do that with the Pathfinder as well, and trying to play away from the rest of the team, I think is going to be a little bit of a shortcoming for the team, unless they take time to properly set up kind of a pincer movement, which they haven't always been patient enough to do.
A Game of Drones finally able to make their aggression move. Nice aggressive use of that Gibraltar bubble as well, giving themselves a little bit of a chance to back off and run on the edge. The Clutch Master trying to use this high ground effectively, but it's not as easy as it looks. Fulias and LTX almost going down. Fulias is already on the ground. This is going to be a hard one to come back from, but they are just fighting on this high ground around, and then eventually they're able to just clean it up somehow, some way, somehow.
That was really the clutch from Otaku Pumba.
Yeah, it really was. Getting that win out from LFR 2-0 up. That is interesting. And once again, though, their strategy of just kind of sitting in their corner waiting for Game of Thrones to attack does pay off for them. It's not everything that makes it work. It's not like just saying like, oh, because we played it, they make that specific play style work. But it's definitely something that adds to their power, just their punching power when they get close. It's almost like the other team gets that first pick, then gets complacent, and LFR just says, well, but we're still here, so bye. It's a really weird reaction that comes out of it. And seeing if there's any aggression coming out from them this time around. It doesn't look like it. Their boxes are there, so they're going to stack up behind them. They're going to look for Jules. That's most likely going to be the easiest target to find first.
Who doesn't like ice cream? Every kid likes ice cream.
Contact with
Getting another few good licks out of this one. Game of Thrones coming in hot here. But again, losing their first player in Jules. Jules going down early a lot of these times. And this could be the map point. This could be the one where Game of Thrones just goes to a map 3. First map 3 of the day, potentially incoming Game of Thrones.
Wow.
They do eventually manage to clutch that one out. LFR having to win another one in order to get this map. But they're still up 2-1.
Okay, hopefully I'm back with you again, Malaclass. Not entirely sure what is happening here with my audio feed. I'm back with you, though. Apologies once again for leaving you hanging. I'm back with you now.
Yeah, it's okay. It's how my life is going, Phil. It's how everyone does it. It's all good now. We're all fun and games here. That's what it is. I mean, it's esports. You know, we're playing video games. It's the beauty of it. It's all just a game. But it's a game where they can win a lot of money with it. 900 euros, 90 Titan points on the line today. Of course, also some other prizes for the runner-ups, etc. But if you can every game you win, you just get a higher reward. So they want to get to this through the quarterfinals to the semis. Game of Drones and LFR. Game of Drones. We saw them make a 4-round comeback before yesterday. Can they do it again? Well, they're still down 2-1.
Definitely looking for the comeback here again. definitely part of the course of Game of Drones. Looking for them to adapt into the pace that LFR is setting. I think LFR now playing a little bit quicker this round means that Game of Drones may be taking a little while to catch up. We may be seeing the start of the reverse sweep on this map. Another 3 in a row, and that will secure them for them and take them to the match. But it is a lot to ask here.
Doesn't look like so far Game of Thrones has found a different mode of approach going around these rocks now this time around. And Jules doesn't seem to want to take as aggressive as a posture as they've been doing the last few rounds.
Yeah.
It does look like they've realized that LFR has their number when it comes to those type of positions. But I do like setting up this crossfire. I understand why Jules is doing this. I understand why they play around it that well. It's because, yeah, there is a risk that Jules gets overwhelmed. But as long as you trust yourself, and the rest of your team to use the crossfire, whether you're just sitting there or whether they're engaging on you or not, that's really what it comes down to. And it does look like they really trust each other in that respect. And LFR doesn't have that same dynamic of spreading out, finding different angles. They kind of bunch up as a group, whether they're attacking or defending.
Interesting that we're seeing so many of these games on Phase Runner take place just in this long industrial section with all of this packaging, all of this structure to hide behind. Like, it makes for a very long, very straightforward fight where you're just jockeying for position. Much more reminiscent of the sort of game this is modeled after, things like CSGO, where it is a little bit more about patience, a little bit more about understanding angles. Much, much higher time to kill in a game like this, so we see a lot of time stood out in the open. But still very reminiscent of that style of gameplay. And LFR now, again, content just to stop and wait for Game of Thrones to make the move.
It is interesting, though, that because of the size of the map, you don't see teams spread out as much as you see in the Battle Royale mode. And it's not just the size of the map, it's also just the risk that comes with it. There is no opportunity to like respawn or anything like that, and you can't get to the end game just by ratting. That's not how this game works. Like, you have to actually kill them. So numbers matter a lot more in this game than you do in the Battle Royale mode. And you can see it from the way that a lot of these teams play. Like, you do see Jules now getting slightly closer to the rest of their team. It's kind of shrinking that gap between them and the rest of the squad as the circle shrinks. But there is finally the famed smoke cloud. Nice shot still from Rondic through that. It's almost inconceivable that they hit a few there, but still nicely done.
Oh, that's a big pickup.
Peacekeeper.
Volt Peacekeeper is a dangerous, dangerous combination. And Rondic using the Peacekeeper basically like a sniper rifle, that kind of range. Oh, and that's going to be the circle closing in. They've got to get into the middle. Game of Drones taking a huge amount of damage, and that is it. LFR forcing us into a map 3.
I really thought that was going to be the time to shine for the Peacekeeper. That circle is getting closer and closer, and it was almost inconceivable that he wouldn't get more value out of that. But unfortunately, use the Peacekeeper at range, and then switch to the other gun for the close range. And you're like, maybe you should have done it the other way around. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. LFR runs away with this map, meaning that we're now in a 1-1 situation. Map 3 incoming, and we're going back to that all-faint party crasher. Didn't see a whole lot of it yesterday, but it's already the second game we're getting it today, Phil.
Yeah, that's good. Over the course of these 2 days, RNG is sort of just about making its mark known in terms of what maps we do and don't get. So good that we get to see a little bit more of that, even if it is a map 3. And I think just coming back to that previous match, right? A lot of the problem there, I think, was that could easily have gone the way of Game of Drones. But it was almost like they'd forgotten that the ring was closing in, and they were a little bit late off the mark, a little bit slower off the starting block to get out of the ring and into a safer space. And it meant that really LFR didn't have to do that much in terms of damage to come out on top. They only needed to land a couple of shots there because Game of Drones were a little bit longer in the ring than they really should have been. And of course, by the time you get to that point of the map, that ring is doing a lot of damage. So it might have been that we finally got a third party here. It's just the third party this time was the ring.
It really was. And, the ring does come into play every now and then. We do see it definitely push teams closer to each other when it needs to in Arena, kind of show. And then one of the teams usually capitalizes on that because they got the better position. But it's really not happened that much that we get to the final circle. And that kind of sets the tone for the rest of this like for this entire series, where we know that these teams are both happy to play a bit slower. We know that especially LFR is happy to play a lot slower. And Game of Thrones currently is very much playing into that hand. Every time they've tried to be more aggressive, they've tried to take more initiative, they have been punished for it. And it really comes down to LFR just being very good at first of all, cluttering up, but not cluttering up too much that once they throw in one nade, everyone's down. That only happened, I think, once or twice on the previous, like the first map. But so far, LFR is really good at that. And again, that really comes down to that Arena is just a very different game mode. You do see teams never be this bunched up unless they're like in a tiny building together. When we talk about the Battle Royale mode, like that movement, the crossfire, all of that, it's so much more important for the ability usage and for the utility of your team. But logically in Arena, when you're already talking about a almost final circle situation from the get-go, it is very visible that these teams are playing into that by playing a lot closer together. But LFR has taken that to a next level where they really play close together all the time. So anyone that comes in will always be met by at least 2 guns, potentially 3. And the way that Game of Thrones are playing it, they're only sending in 1 or 2 players at a time most of the time. So every aggression they put out was always equalized, if not better, on the defense.
Absolutely. Well, Law of the Jungle, safety in numbers. LFR definitely making that work in their favor, although a little bit slow off the mark there for the smoke for LTX. Takes damage whilst looking to find a place to pop that. Will, of course, still have shield cells to keep in the fight. Not the biggest thing in the world this early on in the round and in the game. And the fight is currently evolving at quite a long range here. So if you start to look at what we've got equipped, Alternator, P2020 for Jules, not particularly great at long range, and teams don't have a huge amount of money to spend in this opening round, which is why we're not really seeing much by way of long range. We're looking at efficient guns that are good at close to mid-range. I think Wingman is a relatively good long-range option. We've discussed that it can kind of be a sniper rifle in the right hands, and Lars with a series of misses there suggesting those might not quite be the right hands this time. And we've got a bow check bow. We got a bow check bow in the drop pack.
That is a great drop if anyone can pick that up, and it does look like someone wants to go for it. Might be run on the edge. Yeah,
okay.
The bow check with the hop pops as well. This is going to be a very, very hard one to deal with. I want to see what they get some value out of this one.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't
bit of
quite hit
patience
anything
required. But yeah, this is if they can keep this range, or it looks like not quite sure if that is the tempo hopper. Oh, it's the Deadeye's tempo.
It is the tempo.
Increased range.
Yeah.
So you want to be playing at this range, maybe a little bit closer. You would perhaps like the fragmentation hop up that lets you shoot it a little bit more like a shotgun, a little bit more like a storm bow. But you put out so much pressure. I mean, that was just an instant crack. This is already great from Rondoniec. Maybe you want to consider picking this up next time round if you've got the materials to spend on it.
Also, like the first time we've seen that mechanic a little bit. You see teams do it every now and then, where they just drop a bunch of shields and meds at a specific location.
Yeah.
And they sort of play around that, so anyone can grab them whenever they need them. Because mid-fight, you're not going to be able to throw shields at each other. So it's a really fun thing that teams do every now and then, especially on a map like this, where those positions are a bit more established. Yeah, so far, LFR under a lot of pressure, and the weapons that they got from that loot drop definitely playing in the favor here of Game of Thrones so far. Look at that arrow. It's just
looked painful.
It's
right
such a fun
neck.
addition to the game.
Yeah,
it's such a fun addition to the game.
Of course, the longer this game goes on, the smaller the ring gets, the less of an advantage the bow check bow is for Rondoniec. In fact, you've already seen that he's switched over to the Wingman for now. It's just a little bit more consistent, I think. Projectiles travel that little bit faster. It's not quite hit scan, but it is more hit scan than the bow check is. So we're back over onto it, and there's the immediate crack. The follow-up with the 54. Out comes the dome. A second there to pop up with the shield battery. The ring starting to close in. This is a great defensive position now for Game of Thrones. There's the Wingman. There's one knock. And that's going to be the kills coming through. A lot of the work done there by the ring yet again. But that will be Game of Thrones getting that first point on the board here on Party Crasher.
In that situation as well, when you get to that late of a game, that first shot hitting with the bow check doing 80 damage when everyone's still on blue shields, that pretty much secures you the game. Like that one shot hitting changes the entire dynamic because a few shots after that from any other weapon just makes it that they don't have to worry about not downing a player. This gets a double shot too, so it was even like 130 damage. That was 140 almost, and then they can just follow it up straight away, going by the other two, set the pressure, make sure they can't res it. That's very nicely played, and that Bocek just making the difference. And that's one of those reasons why, especially that first round, the objective is super important. Game of Drones this time around will just go for the health on the one side of the map. Not really interested in going for the loot drop just yet. But they might do it later on. You do see at least the LFR. He's like that. That's not gonna happen again to us. This time we're taking the weapons. Let's see if Game of Thrones lets that happen. Jules is again on the crossfire, gets smoked straight away. I think that's a large part of why the smoke has been used. It's been either for blocking light sides, blocking crossfires, and just stopping Jews from doing their flank work. And that really disrupts the rhythm of Game of Thrones.
I'd love to see what Rundonich has equipped. I know that the Bocek compound bow is expensive, to say the least, as weapons go, but there is such good work with it in the last round. I wonder if you take it as a Hail Mary. LFR already down, Attack with Pumba. Folius getting worked down as well, but they will find Rundonich. So that's the 1-for-1, and potentially a chance to... No, okay. I was going to say there's potentially the chance to res Attack with Pumba, but it's now just Folius. Did get the crack there, a bit of damage as well. Might be able to close the distance and find the kill, make this a little bit more likely. Sees them on the lower ground, but just takes a little bit too much damage there. And it is now match point for Game of Drones.
Game of Drones just looking like their old selves in this particular matchup on this map. Not doesn't mean LFR cannot come back from this, but it does seem like they have their number. And it makes sense. If you think about the difference between those two maps, you think about the difference between Thermal Station and then Face Runner and now going over to Party Crasher, it does make sense that this feels more like Thermal Station in the way that the map's laid out. Mostly due to where the objectives are. So because it's more of a full split and there isn't really a reason to go to the other side of the there is like a reason to go to both sides of the map, you get a very different dynamic than you do on a map like Phase Runner, where it's all very linear. There isn't really a reason to go anywhere else. They were constantly fighting over those crates.
That was
Folias
disgusting there from Folias. That's
Jules
just
already down.
Staggering amount of damage.
I'm not going to call it the Jules special. I think it goes a bit too far. Well, I mean, Jules was already downed, right? And they know there's no one with them because Jules every single time does the exact same thing. They go alone to that loot crate, and you can punish it. You basically have got a one-man advantage every single time, guaranteed.
This is really what you want from LFR, though. They need to win this match to start to bring this back if they want to take this match. And Lars is going to go down, and that is it. LFR put a point on the board here. Finally, they're not out of the woods just yet, though, Classy. We're still at the zone where Game of Drones just need to take one more point, and they will secure the map, and they will secure the series.
One more point. They're still on that point. They still need to get more than one. So here's that first spray. Nice headshots as well. That was like a very controlled one. Barely got that out.
Well, gotta love seeing those numbers pop up, particularly when they add up to so much damage. One more round through here. Yeah. Let's see if we're going to get the equalizer here. And LFR put themselves back in with a chance of winning this series, or where Game of Drones are going to shut them down right now.
It does seem like LFR has, I wouldn't say they have played eco rounds, but they have definitely played a little bit more conservative because they did get a very good set of weapons in the previous round, which also I mean, it doesn't necessarily give you all the advantage depending on what the other team has done because they have been winning rounds, so they get a few more points out of that. If you've picked up enough materials and you save them for a few rounds, you can definitely coast for a little bit longer after that and keep that weapons advantage. Unless the other team does the same thing afterwards, of course. But Game of Drones, they've been relying a little bit more on the pickups than they have on the materials.
Absolutely. Well, I think certainly getting very lucky with that Bocek bow pickup in the first round.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Looks like they're going to be camping this supply crate when it comes in. Let's see if they're lucky enough to get that. Again, they do need to be a little bit careful because it's very heavily telegraphed where they are and what their objective is. LFR be waiting with the smoke to obfuscate their movement and give them a harder time getting what's in that care package and returning fire. So they need to play this very, very carefully. Almost need to send somebody in as bait to get that smoke out of the equation quickly.
LFR looking for this right now. Moving for the angles, but we're going to get closer and closer rings. They have to move in a little bit. They're going to have to give up their cover to make that move. Game of Thrones is already in that circle, it looks like, so they don't have to really move as much.
This has been a very good circle for Game of Thrones. It's exactly where they wanted it to be. They can just wait this out. They can play at exactly the same pace here as LFR have always wanted to play. It's going to be down to trying to flush out with grenades here. So a couple of arc stars out. Did get a big connect there. That's 100 armor down straight away. Closes the distance, has the alternator, stops the reload, pops it in, but it's a lot of ducking, a lot of diving coming in here from Game of Thrones. But I'll close the distance, won't find the knock, but again, a huge amount of damage in. LFR waiting to heal up. LTX and Pilius both out of shields momentarily. Ring's going to start to close in here. I don't know if we actually managed to get to that care package. Jules almost finds a kill there, but almost gets taken out themselves, certainly down to the bottom of the shielding. And it's moving in fits and starts, this one, Classy. It's a little bit tricky to figure out exactly what the game plan is.
Yeah. It's not always as easy to figure these things out, but with this tiny of a zone, with the final zone actually incoming, it's definitely looking like Game of Thrones and LFR. Gonna go for another face-off. Are we gonna get a heal off this time? Like we said, LFR has done it before. They're on the low ground in a very similar situation. It's a different map, but it looks like a very similar situation. All they have to do is make sure that these angles are covered properly, that they don't just get poked down just before they want to start that heal battle. A few more seconds until that zone starts closing in, and there we go. This is gonna be the question answered. Are they gonna try it? And it looks like at least Pumbaa is ready for it.
Okay. I guess it depends who's got what.
So again, the way this works is you take a little bit of damage from the zone. Oh, they have to go upstairs. I think they might actually have to. No, they don't.
It's going to be Jules down again.
There's
the heal bot.
Actually, I think they do counter. It's 2 people down. I guess if he is second. Only one
they get
player
Jules
left
back up
inside
again.
LFR.
Game of Thrones back at full health.
A little bit more.
And there's no chance of them raising LTX here. This is looking very good now. It's going to be Jules down, and Game Drones pull up big in the last round. Almost going the way of a heal-off, but a little bit of misplaced aggression here from LFR. Sees them try and take the fight to Game of Drones, and ultimately, Game of Drones come out on top, and they're going to be moving forward into the semis.
A big difference between this and Golden Gardens is that there's a way more open angle of attack you can take from the high ground onto the low ground. So even if you try and go for the heal off, they will usually find an angle to shoot down at you from above. And it's easier, of course, to shoot from up to down than from the low ground to the high ground. So that's unfortunate there for LFR. They were pushed in that position. They kind of didn't feel like they had another choice to try and go up. In fairness, they did get that first pick again, but unfortunately couldn't capitalize on a little bit more after that. So they're going to have to try again in another tournament. They're out for this one, but that does mean we only have one more quarterfinals left to play. Game of Drones, Fire Beavers, and Bombarders have indeed qualified themselves for the semifinals, but Ethics and Cloudy One Fanboys, those are the last game that we have left in the quarterfinals. Not the last game of the day, mind you, we're going to play the entire event out, but the last one for the quarterfinals. So Ethics versus Cloudy One Fanboys next upcoming. And I mean, at least LFR still goes away with a 5th to 8th place, which is still a decent amount of cash and Titan points. There's not as much as they maybe would have hoped for.
No, I mean, you enter something like this, you're always going to hope that you're coming out with the grand prize, right? You know, 300 euros is better than 100 euros. That's just it's just how it works. It's just basic maths.
It's math. Yeah.
It's maths for you, yeah. I think let's take a minute to talk about the 2 teams we've got coming up next. That's Ethics and Cloudy One Fanboy. And Cloudy One Fanboy, for me, were one of the more interesting teams to watch yesterday. I think in large part because of their game with Dunno Pew Pew was so close. It was the only 3-mapper we got last round. And in fact, it was technically a 4-mapper. For those of you that didn't get to see yesterday's games, Dunno Pew Pew, unfortunately, struck with a couple of connection issues in the first time through artillery. And Cloudy One Fanboy happy enough just to give them the remake and take this on an even keel. So they get that sportsmanship award regardless of what else happens. But also just the sheer volume of standout play. In particular, I'm thinking of Streamy playing for Cloudy One Fanboy was such an absolute menace on the Gibraltar, and their long range play, either with the L-Star or with the longbow, was a defining aspect of how Cloudy One got such good results yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing a little more of that, and against a new team, and a team with a little bit of pedigree, right? So Ethics, whilst they're not the same kind of ALGS team that we're expecting from 5evers, they do have some track record. They've got some placements in GLL community tournaments. They've got some positions in other grassroots and tier 2, tier 3 competitions. So a practice team and a team with a bit more organization and time behind them. And the easy way to tell this is they have a logo, whereas Cloudy One Fanboys don't yet have a logo. So, you've always got to kind of root for the logo team because it shows they've had a little bit more time together. They've got a bit more of an identity.
Yeah. It's looking to be a close series potentially between these teams, but there's only one way to find out how close it will be. First off, though, let's decide which battlegrounds they're going to go for. Let's throw it over to our third host of the day, Octane. Give it a kick. Let's show us where we're going to go.
That's got a kick!
You got to hand it to the guy. Very professional, no nonsense, just gets in, gives the kick, isn't interested in the small talk in the slightest. And starting off on Golden Gardens, then our way to Thermal Station, and finally, Phase Runner. Cassie, is it me, or does Phase Runner feel like this is that we see Phase Runner pretty much every round? And it feels like it's been the first map we've seen a lot of the time. It almost feels like the default map for this game mode at this time. It just we see it so often.
Yeah, there's been a few series that we haven't seen it, but it's definitely in the mix quite often. I mean, we only have 5 maps. It's not surprising, but it is still one of those where every now and then you're like, I would like to see something else in Phase Runner. But I do think that we haven't really gone enough into what makes Phase Runner enough.
Yeah.
The Phase Runner itself is of course a cool mechanic, but no one actually ever uses it mid-game. It just comes out in the beginning and you just go. It's very cool because in the trailer they portray they see a team falling out of the Phase Runner that won't run into Watson traps. But that's really not how it plays out most of the time. Both teams just kind of jump in there and then play each other on the crates. But there are other areas of Phase Runner that teams have also played in that we haven't really seen a lot of since then. And a lot of that just comes down to the fact that teams want to go for those loot objectives. They want to go for that same very interesting box strategy where there's a lot of crates in the way, there's a walkway, try and get to the other team, or try to shoot them down from range, or try to have the other team come to you. There's a few different angles. And then you have that rock on the side that still provides a nice, interesting flank opportunity crossfire, as we saw Jules do in the last series. Granted, it didn't work out for them, but, it was a fun one to see. So, Phase Runner, there is more to the map than just, we see it all the time. And that's something we can talk about a little bit more as we get into the series.
Yeah, I think it's indicative of the fact that each map tends to have its defining characteristic, and that is obviously by design. We're going to be starting on Golden Gardens, which has clearly that big central bit of high ground in the middle that's usually so hotly contested. We have seen fights break out in other places, but we tend to see them break out mostly around the high ground. And the same is true for Phase Runner, right? We have seen fights take place to the opposite side of the map. We've seen fights take place just in the open scrubland in the center, but most teams seem keen on just having that fight around the boxes near the Phase Runner itself. And I think the reason that we don't see the Phase Runner used that much is that it's very heavily telegraphed. It makes a lot of noise. You can't stealth drop on somebody. People know when you're coming through the Phase Runner, and they are ready and waiting for you at this level of play.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go into Phase Runner. Let's get these two teams going. Of course, once again, it's Ethics versus Cloudy One Fanboys. We're going to be starting here on the Golden Gardens, and we do see the Bloodhound already out for Ethics. Nice high ground position for them. Cloudy One Fanboy already under the ropes.
Yeah, man, you got to keep your eye on Streamy. Has the L-Star and takes air down already. Stroke and Shex with an opportunity here to get back up to full health. I don't know if we're going to see that same luxury given over. In fact, no, that's the kill definitely confirmed there. Care of Streamy. That's air down, and it's a 3v2, very heavily in favor here of Cloudy One Fanboys.
Cloud1 fanboys, in my eyes at least, the favorite coming into this. With their game they had yesterday, how could they not be? Streamy does get down here, so it is still a 2v2 to finish this off if the rest cannot come through. They want to try and stop that. Oh, they do in fact manage to stop it. Keep trying to res this though. Of course they would. They're going to try and leave your teammate on the ground, and they are in a position to be resed. Streamy is going to be in a constant pressure here.
At the very least, they were able to get Streamy back up, so it's a long way from equalize now. Ethics still in that 2v3, but they have shown that they can bring this back again. But given the amount of time that Cloudy1 fanboys have had to get this back under control, it's right back to being that standard 3v2. And given that we've seen Yoko not do any kind of healing here, you've got to assume that they are out of shield cells, out of shield batteries, and now just have the HP pool to play with. So a lot of this is going to be down to Etic Cray to find some value here, as they've got a little bit of shield to play with still. Ooh, Streamy gets found out.
Once again downs.
And Stroke down as well. Sheck's down too.
No, they don't quite make it. That's unfortunate.
It's very close, though.
Very close there, but, you know, you can't win them all. You can't lose them all. Well, you can win them all. You can lose them all, technically. But, you know, let's not focus on that. Right now, though, looking very good from both teams. Almost a clutch coming out. And honestly, if this was a later round where, like, grenades are available to these players, that would not have been as easy, because Streamy got rezzed at least twice. And I'm totally down to see whether this is going to progress into anything else, because that clutch factor that came out just now from Ethics, that's something I like to see more of. We haven't seen a ton of it just yet.
A little bit of a misstep there on getting onto the zip line, and good use of the Bloodhound already. Out comes the ping. They know exactly where to be looking for Cloudy1 fanboys, and we get the Beast of the Hunt out already. So increased speed, increased visibility. They're looking just to get, whilst they're not kind of W mouse wanting here, this gives them such an advantage in terms of understanding where they've got to go and making it difficult for Cloudy1 fanboys to actually get out of this position, because they can't. The second they move, they are a big red spot on the map. Okay. Unfortunately, guys, looks like we've had a little bit of a hiccup here in the matchmaking. So we're going to have to remake this one. Yeah, a bit of a bug in how this was set up, and so we are going to remake this one and go again. Seems like we had a player spawn in the wrong lobby somehow, making it maybe a 4v2 or just an easy kill for one of the team there.
We've seen this seen it a few times yesterday with it, you know, we're just going to remake it now. The only run was down. Unfortunately, that has to happen this way, you know, especially Cloudy1 fanboys are going to be like, you know, fortunate. But on the other hand, you know, they gave the courtesy to the other team yesterday, so I definitely expect them to just do that again. Yeah. And yeah, we're just gonna have to start again on Golden Gardens. I'm not at all opposed to that. I mean, Golden Gardens is a beautiful map. It's you know, golden, and it is in a garden. So if you like nature and you like materialism,
yeah. And I think realistically, with only 1 point played, this is the best possible time to get a map remake, right? You don't want to be at map point and then going, oh, we've got to win another 2, another 3, just so that we can get that victory we're almost at anyway. Like with 1 down, like it's as if you've played to a draw on 1 point. It's
very good. I think Phil, once again, just cut out there a little bit. Unfortunately, it tends to happen. It's how it is, guys. You know, players disconnect, we disconnect. It's all the pains of the the gaming world, the online universe as we are. That being said, Ethics and Cloudy1 fanboy still, you know, we're remaking lobby for them, making sure that we can go back into it. And so far, we did see Ethics already, you know, put out their play style, saying that, you know, we're going to be on high ground, and even if we get countered, we can still clutch it out. And it didn't seem like Cloudy1 fanboys was necessarily a fan of just going up on that high ground really early. They did have a zip line there for a potential engage, especially in the second round. But you know, they might not have gotten on there because of the disconnect, and we'll see if that plays out more later on, because if both teams actually put that zip line up there and one of them is a bit faster, it can lead them a lot of advantage. So yeah, just waiting for it to come back on. I see Phil is in agreement with me. I mean, why wouldn't he be? I'm always right, okay? No, it's a really really fun situation here. You can't speak, you can't disagree, Phil. That's how it works. But yeah, we're going to see what Ethics and Cloudy1 fanboys bring us soon. So far, we know that Streamy is one of those players that can just output a lot of damage. Yesterday is particularly, they were very skilled with the longbow. That had maybe had something to do with a player being stationary and disconnected. But in general, their ranged play has been very strong. The L-Star that came out in that first round, it has been a weapon that's been picked up a lot. And not just by them. A lot of other teams have been doing it as well. And the L-Star in general, like we talked about it before, you have the unlimited ammo. Well, not unlimited ammo, but like the no reload ammo. And especially in these early rounds, that's a super powerful tool because there aren't a lot of weapons online yet for players that can just burst you down. It always takes a little bit longer, and they may need to reload. And if you don't have to reload on the L-Star, kind of net you a big advantage. So we'll see if that comes into play more and how players play around that if they don't have one, because it is just such a powerful tool to have. Gonna get into the map in about a minute, so we're almost there. Gonna be almost making it back onto the Golden Gardens as we bear with this administration. That is how it works. Again, we're still working with a custom lobby code, so it's a little bit of a slower process. And yeah, we're just super happy that Respawn is able to help us out with organizing this. It's been a very fun experience so far. And even though there are, a few systematic bugs here and there that only shows, if there's an error here and there, only shows them and they can fix it. It's great. Gonna have a lot of fun with this in the future. And it does look like Arena has a lot of professional, at least high level competitive potential. It's not just a fun game mode. It's permanent. It's there to stay. And with every iteration, it's going to be more enjoyable. Speaking of enjoyable, if you want to enjoy other games as well, there's more games going on through Trovo Titans. Things like Brawl Stars happening this weekend, as well as quite a few other games in the past and also, of course, in the future. So don't forget to make sure you follow this channel, follow this initiative, and go with Trovo Titans on the Trovo journey. As we quickly get back into this wonderful map of Golden Gardens, we see the aggressive high ground being occupied by Ethics, picking up a few materials, of course, in air. And the Bloodhound plays out again. Yoko under a lot of fire, though, initially. Will be able to get out alive. And they do actually down Shex. Shex being flushed, too. So Ethics with a 2-1, 2-3 lead. Do lose Yoko and Air really quickly afterwards, though. It's up to Erky to Cray to try and actually get this one back. It's a 1v1 to finish it off. Gibraltar versus Octane. Who's going to come out on top? It's just that Gibraltar hits a few more shots. Unfortunate. But Phil, once again, the team that loses the player first doesn't come out on top. Oh, it does come out on top this time around. Because last time it wasn't. Last time Cloudy1 Fanboy were the ones that got that number lead and then had to get Streamy back up 50 times. But they still come out on top. This time around, they are not the ones... They're also the ones that lose a player first. They do clutch it out back.
Am I back with you, I think, is the question people would like answering.
You are
okay,
definitely
there we
back
go.
with
Thank
me.
you.
So we're going to wait to see whether we're going to have the same Pathfinder shenanigans where they both try and zipline up to the high ground. It does seem like Pathfinders are ready to zipline up there. Who's ready for a zipline? Both teams are.
I am. Great start here. And L-Star is proving such a good pickup here. And that was very unfortunate. Second up to the high ground means you spend a long time on that zip line where you can be quite easily sniped out of the sky. And we know what a menace Streamy is with the L-Star at a range that it shouldn't really be working. Straight through the shield. The melee for good measure. And Etic Cray is down. That's going to put Cloudy1 Fanboy on the upper hand here. Sonar comes through. Quick reposition. Hop, skip and jump up onto the high ground. And Cloudy1 Fanboy can kind of afford to take this a little more aggressively here. Although they will be pushing into the Beast of the Hunt. It's only got 4 more seconds left on it. And so not a lot more value to be had out of that. And Yoko seems to be in a firefight elsewhere. Whilst Air is caught napping down on the lower grounds. Yoko now bleeding out. And it's Air for Ethics against the entire roster of Cloudy1 Fanboys.
Cloudy1 Fanboys just going to finish, probably clean this out, round out quite easily, dump it into the bubble with the finish that they needed. Cloudy1 Fanboys so far looking like a strong unit as we were expecting. Yeah. Already 2 rounds up. 1 more round and they have the first map in the pocket.
Quite the unit indeed, in awe of the size of these lads. 1 more and they will take this map and put themselves technically in a best of 3 into match point, and they just seem to have Ethics' number. Like they're quicker to the high ground. They're getting more value from the spray. Streamy is getting a phenomenal amount of value with the L-Star, which, if you had told me, would have been used at this kind of range with this kind of accuracy before we started watching Streamy, I would have laughed at you. And this time coming in with a Mastiff as well, which, you know, if it's got the right chokes attached, you kind of can use this like a sniper as well. Not the most range in the world, but you don't have to be right at the end of the barrel to get the most out of the Mastiff.
We're gonna have the wingman here coming out. A very classic gun to just start out with for a lot of these players. It makes sense, you know, works at almost every range, gets a lot of damage value if you're able to hit your shots, but it all comes down to the accuracy rate. It's not the spray and pray type of weapon. It's more of a Spitfire antic, but gonna be seeing Air once again on the high ground using their scan effectively to be able to reposition themselves accordingly. And try and find out where the rest of Cloudy One fanboys are actually hiding.
You see, for me, that was a little bit of a misplay from Air, because they don't have any more charges left on that scan. And yes, they figured out where Cloudy One fanboys are playing, but now that information has gone. That information is old news. It's no longer of any value. You really want that just as you were about to try and take a fight. So the fact they don't have it there means that Air no longer has any tactical value on the Bloodhound.
It does at least... It did ensure them that they know that Cloudy One fanboys are down there, and there aren't really a lot of exits out of it. You know exactly where they're going to be holding, where they're going to be coming from, so you can just hold the angles on the for the low ground, and also cover up the exit where that loot drop is going. So that's they were able to reposition accordingly. Still, it had some value, but at least after that, now they're just having to wait and see if they can deal with that. Shax with a beautiful spray up there.
And of course, the difficulty here for Ethic is they've got to push in here to do any kind of damage at all. And Cloudy One fanboy can just take a slight step to the side and put themselves out of line of fire. Maybe a little bit slow off the mark doing it there. They did take a bit of damage there. Yoko was able to heal back up to full health. I do wonder how Ethics are going to take this, right? Because I was just saying, Cloudy One are so turtled up. There's nowhere really clean for them to get in, but... Hey, what do I know? Because Air with the R301 finds Streamy. Etike gets the finisher, so Streamy is now out of the fight. So looking like we might see a comeback here. And by taking the high ground, playing patiently, not pushing into Cloudy One fanboys, Ethics get their point on the board.
Very nicely done from Ethics. Yeah, that's just what it comes down to. They just very nicely played that out. Yeah, again, I'm just curious to see whether or not they're going to be able to pull through with that. Make sure that they get the next round, because they have to win the next round for sure in order to at least equalize. And then of course the 2-point difference won't even matter. Well, will still matter. So if they lose the round after that, it's still okay. But the reverse sweep is hard to pull off. We've seen it done, but not that often.
Okay, well, we do have the Beast of the Hunt bought this round for Air. Haven't seen it find a huge amount of value previously. It's mostly just been used for scouting. It's not been used for that W-Mouse-1 aggression that we kind of expect from Beast of the Hunt. No more charges left on the Eye of the Allfather, so they will now need to use that just to get the information you can from Beast of the Hunt. But they've got the high ground. Bit of a bounce shot. Cloudy One fanboys with the high ground yet again. Early deployment of the Gibraltar Dome. A little bit curious.
Snake placement. Doesn't really find anything there. That one shot. Oh, it's just the tiny little slivers of pixel change they're seeing that they're shooting at, and they're keep hitting these shots. Amazing to see. A lot of sonars being thrown out here, but they're all just on the high ground. They're not going to change that.
I know. I do like the use of the sonar there. It's like, are they still on the high ground? I suppose I could just look. No, they're still on the high ground.
Yeah. They're still there. I think at that point they scan. So you see those scan moments in a game happen when, for instance, when that loot drop comes down. Are they making a move to try and grab it? Maybe. Can we grab it? No, that's a value information move they can actually make. It looks like Yoko might be going for that exact play, trying to go for that loot crate. There we are. That's some decent guns, not amazing, but at least get the devotion out of that one, and that can be a devastator, if anything. So that's what they're playing with right now. Oh yeah, charge it up. We're seeing if Ethics can retake this high ground, or at least deny the value that comes out of having that high ground right now. We do not currently have a great position to fight from. They're just setting up below. I think it will really come down to where that last circle exactly is going to place, whether or not Cloudy One fanboys have to leave this high ground, because there's a good chance they don't have to. If they don't have to, they're going to be in trouble. At least Ethics is. But they could always go for a heal off. It's very possible.
Easily.
If you go to high ground early, you don't have those heal problems, Phil.
True. It's interesting to me that this has slowed down quite significantly over the course of this map. The first couple of rounds happened pretty quickly, and this is the second round in a row that has been, you know, at the 2+ minute mark for a round, for a game mode that actually moves very quickly. That was great advanced positioning there from Shex, and back up to the high ground again. Don't know if... I think what we're really looking for there is damage into the HP pool so that you can survive that heal if it comes to it.
Nice bounce.
I think that might have been just through the shield, though.
Let's go here.
I mean, you're trying to get some value out of nades, potentially get them in a corner. It didn't quite hit anybody, but it shows you that they kind of know where they are. And then down. Nice move to the dome, aggressive move again to try and get in there. Focus fire on this one player. Trey already out. There goes Yoko. Ooh, this is
able to find one. Very well played there from Cloudy One fanboy. I think my heart went into my mouth there when I saw the...
You see them throw out the dome and you think, oh no, they're just going to get pushed on, but unfortunately that wasn't the case for Ethics. Ethics couldn't quite clutch that one out, unfortunately, but they still have a next map to deal with. And after this one, Golden Gardens, where the positioning was so, I'm going to be on high ground, you're going to be on low ground, I'm looking forward to see them play on a more flat map. I definitely think that's going to be a very different dynamic. On the other hand, it could also be that in that case, Cloudy One fanboy says, we're just going to run over you, because you don't have a high ground to play with, neither do we, so we're just going to take the fight and win it every single time. So it could be a very quick affair for the second map, but that's all to be played when we return to that game. Yeah, going to make sure that it's gonna make sure that everything is working again on our end. But yeah, like I said, we're waiting for this next map to start. Still Ethics versus Cloudy One fanboys, and it's not a surprising result to me. Like when I look at the way that these teams have been playing so far. I mean, yeah, Ethics was playing decently yesterday, but I definitely think that Cloudy One fanboy came in looking like the better team, just by the sheer volume of their play. They played a very good game yesterday, a 3-mapper against Dunno Pew Pew, which had, of course, Tyler on it. He was a very notable player in the LGS before, so that wasn't definitely a squad to be reckoned with. And then, yeah, when they come into this game, if you beat a team like that, then you are just considered to be more of a favorite. And unfortunately, I still have to do it without my caster's voice today. That is a bit unfortunate, but gonna get into this map really soon, so you don't have to just look at me trying to figure out how to talk on my own. Gonna be able to talk about on my own, just about actual gameplay, which is super fun to do. Map 2 incoming in just like a little over half a minute. But Cloudy One fanboys, like I said, you know, they are just coming as the favorite, and it's not just Streamy. And Streamy is a name we talk about a lot because they just output a lot of damage, but the rest of the squad also actually puts out a lot. They're actually able to get a very nice performance in, get their damage in, able to switch out their weapons effectively, and playing around your loadout is something that is super interesting about this particular game mode. In a normal Battle Royale mode, you're kind of always able to find what you need, what you want, aside from a few like legendary weapons that drop from loot crates. Most of it will just be very standard. You'll kind of always are able to run with the same thing. They play on on mostly of the same maps as well. And that dynamic of switching maps, switching weapons in this type of game mode where you have to think about your loadouts, your credits, is a super interesting one that hasn't really been precedented in Apex before. Now they have to deal with that. Which Cloudy One fanboy wanted to get on this high ground very early on. So does Ethics. Ethics instead chooses to go for the central building in this map, which on thermal station is a fun position to be in, but you do have to really be careful for the circle not to push you in a position where you only have one exit and you're just going to be in a shooting gallery situation. Cloudy1 fanboy, like I said, on the high ground here. Going to be, I would say, kind of vibing, just looking at their surroundings, seeing whether or not Ethics can actually bring this one back to them. And Ethics, they are, I mean, they're looking for an opening, but I think right now they're mostly interested in just hanging in their position, especially when you see the circle kind of push this high ground into a more precarious spot. Only half of it will be in the next zone. And when you're Ethics, you could take that and rotate to the central platform, or at least underneath where Cloudy1 fanboys are, and try and figure out a way to punish them for staying on the high ground for too long if they do.
I suppose, Man of Class, one of the nice things about my microphone repeatedly shutting off is that, you know, you get to tell the people exactly what you think without me trying to insert my own opinions in.
It's an advantage. You're right. Yeah. But I value your opinion, Phil. I value your input,
thank you.
So
Very kind of you to say.
Would like to see what they're going to do with this one. There is at least that triple drop once again. You saw them drop all the same time onto air. Air immediately taken out. They do get checks and Streamy on the other side, though. Both playing Yoko, and that is indeed the first round won here for Ethics. Nicely done with that crossfire as well. And I think it was a cool decision. It was definitely a valuable decision to make from Cloudy1 fanboy, because you're like, okay, so one person is very far away. If we all drop in, we have a 3v2 for a little bit. But because they were ready for it, especially because Yoko was ready for it, they could never get the value of getting those a proper 3v2. It was a 3v3 the entire time. And I wouldn't say Cloudy1 fanboys were tricked into that, but they may have gotten a little overconfident due to the last round of the last map.
Yeah, maybe. You know, you can't win every round. Well, you can. But at this level of play, you shouldn't expect to win every round, right? So nice little pushback there from Apex. I actually wanted to talk very briefly about some of the weapon loadouts we saw in that round. I think in a normal game of Apex Legends, you'd look at the Mozambique in particular and go, well, why the heck are you running the Mozambique? But for Arena, it is very, very cheap to upgrade to its maximum level. Like, it is the cheapest weapon in the game. And once it's fully upgraded, it is not terrible. It's not the best weapon, but it prevents very good value for money. And, well, looks like our teams were caught napping there. That was over very, very quickly.
Yeah, Ethics taking another round, going up 2-1 in this one. Already on map points, they could just equalize the series and bring it to a map 3. This side of the bracket has just been very competitive, Phil. I mean, we look at the left side with Fire Beavers and the other squads that came out of there, and they've all been fairly quick affairs. But coming into this one, already had a 3-mapper in the 1 quarterfinals, getting another 3-mapper in this one. It's potentially, it's an exciting one, and any of these teams truly just deserves to be here at this stage. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and this is what we were hoping for, right? Was that once we were into a smaller bracket, we've got teams that have demonstrated they can beat one team already. Things should get a lot closer, and that's typically what we've seen. Looking like we might potentially go to a map 3, unless Cloudy1 fanboys can start to step things up a little bit here. So, yeah, much more competitive, much more back and forth than yesterday's set of games, which again, really what we were hoping for here. So Cloudy1 fanboy with a low ground position for now. In fact, both Cloudy1 fanboys and Ethics playing on the low ground for now. There's the sonar. Of course, it will highlight where the sonar is coming from, but makes you a bit of a painted target for a couple of seconds as that comes through.
Now they're playing around this central platform a little bit more. The high ground is completely abandoned, and that has a lot to do with the way the circle goes. Last time they already tried that. They're going to have oh, that's a really good aggressive push right there. With Aaron, Streamy, and Cray going down. 2v1 to finishes off. Shex in a very, very good kill streak right now. And they're actually going to be able to pick up Streamy potentially. No, Streamy.
No, they don't!
Still a 2v1.
No, that was... Yeah. It's still winnable, but that's going to feel pretty bad for Streamy, who was right on the verge of getting res there and just gets pinged at the last couple seconds. Let's see them close the distance here. Yeah, there's the first, there's the finish. What have we got that we can pick up here? Oh, we get a Vault. That's a nice little upgrade. No weapon. Okay, we do have some ammo for it. And, I mean, I feel a little bit like Cloudy1 fanboys are kind of playing with their food here. They could just push on Yoko and get this kill super easy.
Yeah, They didn't figure out exactly where Yoko was and not push too aggressively. I mean, if it's a 1v1, it doesn't end up that well, but eventually they do close it out. It's a 2-2 now on this map of Thermal. Thermal Station. It is such a, I would say weird map, but it's such a uniquely positioned map because the lava, while you can just run over it, it also still provides that, especially when you're like mid fights or trying to run away from something, you don't want to take that extra damage. So it still provides a deterrent of it's here, don't step on it, otherwise you're not going to have a good time. And yeah, I mean, instant kill would just make it boring. So I'm happy that it just does a certain amount of damage on your health points. But Cloudy1 Fanboy looking for their lead in this particular map, potentially closing out the series with this one. Ethics so far has been showing up. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it is. This has been much more back and forth than even our previous round was. But I see Streamy, in frustration, has moved back over to the L-Star, playing that at a range again that I just don't think you should be playing the L-Star at. But it's great just for peppering in damage, right? It's about not necessarily finding kills. It's about doing enough splash damage to force out the use of resources. And it's about controlling space as much as anything else. Like, if you genuinely wanted to snipe, you would pick up a sniper. You would pick up the longbow, relatively low cost, relatively high damage output. You wouldn't pick up the L-Star. The L-Star is just that much more versatile. It does more than the one thing that the longbow does. I'm going to be fairly slow here again.
I like the way they've been using their bubbles. We've seen a lot of teams use their bubbles as more of like a reactive way, and they're way more proactive just with the way that they do these bubble placements on the side of Cloudy1 Fanboy. And we've seen that from multiple teams. Cloudy1 Fanboy has been doing it consistently. Ethics under a bit of pressure here. Yoko under a lot of fire. When they win this 1v1 with the shotgun, they do indeed. Shek's going down. Shek's a big fragger on the other side. Few shots into Yoko though, and it will be an equalizer.
There we go. Equalized.
Yoko. The 1v1, well, 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah. It took a lot of damage there, though. No chance to revive Shax here.
Shax is flushed. He's gone.
Yeah. I struck down at low HP here as well. And it seems like Cloudy1 Fanboy have kind of caught on the back foot here. It's just down to Stroke, who, you know, best to look to. Yeah, that's 1 HP. Can't get much lower than that. Goes to drop the dock drone, and well, that's we actually had the golden shield, the golden res available there. We saw the self res coming through. It's just way too slow to be used in that kind of situation. But with Ethics putting that final point on the board, they are going to take this map, and so we are all tied up here. It is 1 map apiece.
And then map 3 comes into it.
Yeah.
And map 3 between these teams, I mean, it's a tough one to call. It's really tough because both of them have actually gotten a lot of value out of the maps that we're on. But with our final map being Phase Runner, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what prompted our conversation about how often we see Phase Runner in these matchups.
Exactly. And with it being Phase Runner, it also means that it's more like Thermal Station than it is like Golden Gardens. There won't be a lot of this high ground, I'm going to be under you, you're going to be above me type of gameplay, no matter which way you put it, like Ethics being on top or Cloudy1 Fanboy being on top in that situation. So that should be more of a Thermal Station type gameplay in which those approaches onto the other team are more linear and more horizontal. And so far, we've seen Ethics do a little bit better with that than they have been doing with those Golden Gardens high grounds that are everywhere, and then the hill they have to run up, etc. So I definitely have faith that Ethics could take this. I'm not saying they're necessarily favored in this round, but there's a possibility that they can take that one away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I do wonder if we are finally in a position where we might see that map out, that round 9, that sudden death round. So that was four rounds on Party Crasher, 5 rounds on Thermal Station. So obviously we've still got a bit more to go to get to map number 9 in that. But we've gotten all the way through the round of 16, most of the way through the round of 8 without seeing one of these. And I feel like that is the real demarcation of like two teams that are very, very evenly matched is going to be whether we can get to that round 9. And we've not quite had it yet. So, Ethics, Cloudy1 fanboys, if you're somehow listening in on this, see what we can do about finally seeing how the map 9 shakes out.
Just do it. Just give one
Throw
team
for content.
2 rounds. Let's just go back and forth a little bit. And then we'll get to round number 9. I'd like to see it. If not here, maybe in another game. Maybe. As long as I get to see it, I don't really mind in which game it is. But maybe we could see it every single time. Maybe it will just be a continuous happening that from now on, only round 9s.
Well, in theory, we're getting closer and closer as we go through the bracket, so the likelihood of it happening should, in theory, be increasing commensurately. And let's load into Phase Runner, run through the phase portal itself, and see how this shakes out. No change in comp just yet, this being kind of the standard, but Shaq's taking a lot of early damage here. Streamy more than happy just to stand their ground and fire on in with the L-Star.
Good job there from Streamy to just open up a little bit of damage. We've seen the L-Star be their weapon of choice, of course, for a little bit. Understandably so. Sonar comes out. It's funny that these maps are like just big enough or just small enough that the sonar will actually almost always hit all the enemies. It's a really nice dynamic. It's also one of the reasons why Bloodhound is relatively popular. But we haven't seen every team be so fond of it. It's really Ethics that's now pulling it out a lot on air, but every single other team, not so much.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a niche pick, kind of a map-dependent pick. I think Bloodhound is one of these characters that tends to attract people to play in the Bloodhound style, and maybe can't find the same enjoyment or success with other characters, but good grief there. Etic Urki, like a laser beam with the Volt there. Will help take Yuka down to the fight. We're going to lose Shex here as well. Yoko could still be rezzed up, but Air's taking a lot of flak here as well, so it's only going to be Etic Urki for now that's at any kind of healthy situation in this next fight. Ooh, great positioning, and actually finds that final frag. Huge turnaround here.
A very nice start here coming out from Ethics. First round win. Only 2 more to go, and they just take the match away.
Yeah.
That's how simple it is. And I don't think that coming into this, I was kind of expecting it. I think the Cloud1 fanboy, like to me at least, they were looking like the favorite. But then again, it might just be that we haven't really seen Ethics be able to play at their full potential due to their opponent yesterday. Maybe seeing if that changes throughout this round potentially. It's possible this map, of course, still goes to the other squad, but Ethics right now, we're looking strong and confident. And just continuing their pace of thermal station a lot as well.
Ooh, that is a big, long zip line. You've got to hope that no one's noticed that because spending... Oh, no, it did get noticed. Pops the Bloodhound Eye, the old father. We'll find at least where one of Cloudy1 fanboy is. And we're actually going straight into the Beast of the Hunt. There's the ping again. Knows where they are. Can now close the distance with extreme speed.
They do actually fight in a very different location of the map. Phase Runner, we have of course... mostly seen the Phase Runner side of the map.
Yeah.
This is more of the construction area still. Nothing is really finished over here. Beast of the Hunt is out for air. They're looking for these targets. They don't want to take an aggressive angle. They don't want to use the Beast of the Hunt as aggressively as they maybe, I wouldn't say should, but could at least. Astro getting a few shots off doesn't quite do the damage that they maybe were looking for. It's going to be Shex and Streamy trying to support them in their ventures. Already seeing one hostile in a fairly compromising position. It's not going to be easy to get in and out of that spot, even when jumping off. And they have a crossfire on it too, so they have to be careful. Air, Kree, and Yoko all looking if they can potentially engage on anything, or whether they have to engage on anything. What they do know for sure is that they're going to have to move for this next circle, because otherwise they'll just be stuck in the orange, and that is very damaging in this game mode.
Enemy real close. We got ourselves a fight.
Yoko under a lot of pressure now. Cray actually falling. Yoko super low. Will actually not get down just yet, but Cray, like I said, Cray is. They're trying to throw down a dome as well to camp that body, making sure they cannot get rezzed. There's Yoko trying to get in there, also getting down to 1v3, and that is Cloudy1 Fanboy taking away a round. So 1-1 now on Face Runner. And as we wait in the spawn again for the teams and the players to buy all their equipment, we have some Dempsey emotes. Sad face, Pathfinder, unfortunately. Let's see if we can make him happy by winning a round or two. Of course, either team winning 2 rounds in a row right now will just net them not only the map, but the entire series with a 2-1 win. There's the very quick escape here with the Pathfinder. Gonna throw it on a zip line very soon, I'm guessing. That's why they're all running behind the Pathfinder. But it is just going to be a grapple. The rest of the squad might go into a different direction as Shex picks up a few loot crates. There's already the opening on the other side for Cloudy1 Fanboy. They're going to be able to take everything. Somebody gets stolen by Shex. At least everyone goes away with their lives in this one. Streamy with the longbow again. Well, we saw this yesterday on artillery. Not quite hitting the shots at the moment that they were then. I'm sure Streamy's going to be able to recover from this. It's high stroke. Very close to players on the other side. Yoko and Cray also under fire, able to heal themselves back up. It's going to be a hot and heavy one coming out on this round. So it's still 1-1 in map score.
Okay, with a bit of luck, I'm back with you now, Classy.
You are.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it. The intermittent caster here for the good times some of the time. Okay, just in time to see a round again very quickly capped over there.
It took a while for that round to actually come over, but eventually Streamy able to finish that one out. Cloudy1 Fanboy going up with a 2-1 lead at the moment. Match points for them. See if Ethics can come back into this one, and potentially, like I said, like you said as well, let's see if they can bring it to round 9. That would be super epic.
Yeah. Yeah, well, another 6 to go, and the momentum currently in Cloudy1 Fanboy's favor. One more here, and they take the match, and they move up into the semi-finals, and that secures us our round of 4. They're moving forward in the bracket. They want to be closing this one out quick, save some of that wrist strength, save some of that energy for the next round, not drag this out too much longer. Of course, they will have a little bit of a break from now until their next game, but it won't be the longest break in the world. And it's raining grenades there on the far side. Beautiful connect. That's going to be the shield taken down pretty much immediately. And Streamy already in a huge amount of trouble. Shex gets the knockdown, gets the break, and actually takes Edike out of the fight. This has been Shex with a big turn up here. Takes down 2, and now they've only got to hunt down 1 final member. There's the Thirst, going to take Edike out of the fight. And this is looking like it might all be over for Ethics. Oh, the style points, the slide, the follow-through, and that was phenomenally, massively played here by Cloudy1 Fanboy. Oh, was that Ethics? My bad.
That was Ethics, yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be done.
I was going to say, this is what I get for frantically trying to fix my microphone mid-game, is I lose track of who's who. That was a great comeback there by Ethics.
Shex gets 2, and all of a sudden... Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, real pop-off play. So we're on to the round 4 now. So, edging ever closer to having that round 9 on the cards. As both teams are level, we need another 2 wins here, so we're going at least as far as round 6. Let's see how this shakes out, guys.
And let's see who gets the advantage. The moment Ethics has potentially the advantage play. Are in a great spot here to finish this one out if they can, if they get the opportunity to.
We'll have the Beast of the Hunt available here for Air, so they will be able to close the distance fairly quickly. We've not seen Air be that impactful with the Beast of the Hunt, but I think given the position we're in now, where there's not really that much space for Cloudy One fanboys to get away from that incoming aggression, this is where it's likely to have the most impact.
Yeah, and a lot of it might also just like be a deterrent or something like that, where they're way more gonna be way more cautious of an ultimate like that going off. And you do hear it. It's not like you're not aware that ultimate is happening for air. So they can take a little bit more distance. They can take a little bit more passive approach to something like that, and just let it kind of ride it out.
Contact with target.
Gonna be looking straight back over to Cloudy One fanboy. Checks another huge amount of damage onto the opposing player. Doesn't quite get the finish. The rest of the team is able to do so. They are trying to fight up on this rock formation. Cloudy One fanboy not in the greatest spot to actually fight on it. It's going to be Ethics that tries to jump in on it. Doesn't quite get any finishes just yet. But really a back and forth. Eventually Ethics does find Yoko. Air also going down, and that is just Streamy, Shex. And of course, there we go. That's Cloudy One fanboys taking another round away. Only one more to go until they manage to finish this off and actually get us to the semi-final rounds.
Yeah, of course, we've seen the comeback happen here before.
We have. I'm going to see what this Octane can actually do with their shotgun play that they're pulling out. It's always fun to see the high mobility heroes try and get out of the gates early. It's almost like a speed running contest. And that's sometimes what it comes down to in these maps. Not so much on Face Runner, but there are a few other maps where that speed run tactic, for getting the fastest run out of the gates, is just whatever what they're getting. Gray, Yoko, and Air once again looking over to Ethics. Try and equalize this scoreline and not have Cloudy One fanboys run away with it. Already Cray down though. Cloudy One fanboys just feeling it right now. Stroke with a nade play, getting them down. And there's of course no lifeline on their side, so they can't just easily walk over, throw down the drone, and get the res back off. Cray under a lot of pressure right now. Ice Stroke back up. Will just be Streamy, Shax, and Stroke trying to win out this game, trying to not have themselves be flanked by Ethics. That does tend to happen though, and eventually fanboys do finish it off. Nice shotgun play to finish it off by Shex. Shex just the MVP of this match with the amount of damage and eliminations they've been getting, and rightfully they punched their ticket to the semifinals as you get the elimination animation out there in the end. What a move. It's going to be a fun semifinals when we get games like this. But again, it's been so heavily weighted towards this right side of the bracket right now. Like the left side, we talk about Fire Beavers. They had a fairly convincing win. Talk about I keep forgetting what the other team was. Devushki or yeah. So with that being said, we know what the bracket is going to look like. We'll show you a little bit later. But for now, we're just going to take a quick break, make sure that everything is working again, that the players get some time to have a little bit of a drink, maybe a little bit of a snack, and for us, the same thing. See you around on the other side.
I love that introduction video, Classy, because we've got Fuse, we've got Crypto, we've got Revenant, we've got Rampart, all of these legends that we have not seen in this Apex Legends Arena Finals from Trovo Titans, so it's nice that they get some representation here today as we move into the semi-final rounds. That's right, only 3 matches separate us and the end of the tournament, Classy. And up first, Bombarders versus Fire Beavers, and we've talked about it before. We definitely have a favorite here. It will be Fire Beavers, looking like they're the ones in charge, but again, they're on a much harder opponent than they were in the last round, so maybe pushed a little further along the path. In
they
theory,
should be on a harder opponent, right? Like, we still don't really know how everything shakes out because we don't have, like, again, we don't have previous experience with these teams, with seeding of any kind. So, like, really, Fire Beavers and Game of Thrones and, like, a player here and there are things we're familiar with, but even there's no certainty. But yeah, Fire Beavers, Bombarders, Game of Thrones, and Claudio and Fanboys, they are the 4 teams remaining.
Yeah.
3 matches to go, and then we're done for the, not for the day, for the event. But we have to play
the entire thing.
Yeah, it's 6 to 9 maps total that we're potentially going to be getting. And they have something to play for in terms of prize money. It is going to be time to throw it back over to our third host, Octane. Making sure they're going to be selecting the right maps for this next series.
Ooh, that's got a kick!
Quite the kick, and there's the kick again. Let's spin the wheel. I gotta say, when I first saw this, Classy, I was expecting that, like, we do it on a map by map basis, so we'd, like, all 3 come up as Party Crasher. We get Party Crasher. It's like, oh no, we got 2 Party Crashers in a thermal station. Spin the wheel again. But I realized logistically that may have been a little bit trickier, and we're going to be starting here with Party Crasher, and in fact 3 what you would call flat maps for the most part. Yes, Artillery has that high ground up on the back end of the gallery, but we've seen a lot more teams actually play the low ground for the most part over the course of the tournament, so it's going to be low and slow.
You say that, but the one team that's consistently valued at high ground has been Fire Beavers. So the fact that they get Artillery again does mean that they can do the same old trick, but we're not going to start there. We're maybe not even going to get there. First, we have Party Crasher and Thermal Station, the proper, I wouldn't say not the non-high ground maps, but they're the real flat maps that
the less high ground maps.
Well, I mean, especially Party Crasher, right? Party Crasher, like, you can have a little bit of a vantage point on one of the stages, or where the drop pods comes down. But in general, a lot of that fighting just happens on a fairly level playing field.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're in the last series, and like the 2 series ago, where you have them be on the stairs, on top of the stairs, and team on the bottom of the stairs, and they just get a last circle that pushes them back up. But we haven't seen a lot of matches go for those final circle plays. We do get a few more as we get further into the event, because the games get closer, the rounds take longer, and there's more poking and prodding going on. But in general, it hasn't been a full expectancy that we get to final circles, unless you play with LFR.
Yeah, LFR very much the differentiator on that one. For Fire Beavers, really much more of that WM1 style. Expect them to, for the maps where we don't have big commanding high ground vantage points, expect them just to basically dive on top of the enemy as soon as they can find that vantage. So Bombers have to be aware that that is in the offing. I'd love to see them make some adaptations, knowing that they're up against Fire Beavers, so that they are a little more able to handle that incoming aggression and backpedal away from it, or find another way to counter it, like the smokes that we see from the Bangalore, as sort of a diffusing element to say, yes, you've aggressed onto us, but now we are gone. We are like the wind, we are like the smoke, you can no longer see us. And find a way to mitigate some of that. And, well, maybe unsurprisingly, Bombarder sticking with the comp that we've seen from them so far. And the Painzer, I think, is the big wrinkle here by bringing in the Horizon with that vertical mobility. And let's see if they can actually make use of it here against the overwhelming offense of the Fire Beavers.
Yeah, Hakon again with the L-Star that we've been seeing them run so far. On the other side with the Fire Beavers, the familiar names, the Taskmaster, Sunset, and they're going to be able to and
that's Taskmaster, Sunset, and I can't read kanji.
Yeah, like I forget what their name is. I know we know it. It's just we haven't seen it yet because they keep
I believe
Japanese
it's
characters up there.
I believe it's Parima, and Parima, the last one down. Bombarders completely take Fire Beavers to task.
Yeah, it would have to be Impulse, most likely, because that's the one they list on their team.
Yes.
So Impulse would be the one in kanji. But going to be seeing what Fire Beavers and Bombarders bring us in the following rounds. And I do think that the way they use the Horizon has been very interesting. A lot of the time you think, oh, you can use it as a team to get to high grounds, maybe, use for relocation. But Horizon, if you're able to use their gravity well effectively, it is a very annoying tool to deal with and to track someone in it. Like, if they move around and they shoot at you, it's almost like they are taking flight, and it's a much more controllable environment, like raise and fall environment, than it is, for instance, in an Octane Jump or where they zip line. You have way more control over baiting your enemies to try and shoot at you.
Okay, we're going to see how can we pick up the L-Star here first off. Didn't have too much damage outgoing, but did take a significant amount onto the shield, and what least the same down on the slightly lower ground. So not particularly quick so far this game. Team's happy to just exchange a bit of complementary fire, but no real commitment to the fight just yet. And well, that's going to be... And it's the Painter that finds it. Taskmaster with a couple of good shots there. Nice bit of tracking, and the alley-oop up onto the high ground again. Gets the drop down, finds the knock, and Haken is down. The Pains are down also, but Firebeaver's down to just Taskmaster. Finds the knock, and, well, against all odds, that's it. Firebeaver put a point on the board.
Nice clutch round there for Taskmaster. You get that one out. Gets the 3K out of that one. And I mean that's the caliber you do expect from a runner-up in LGS, to be fair.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's in those moments, and it is a wingman. Like a wingman, again, it's not a spray and pray weapon. You need to hit those shots. There's no spread. It's just clicking, and the fact that they keep clicking heads in a volley like that is very impressive. Because missing one shot there can just make the difference. We do see once again Firebeaver's going for the other side of the map this time around, to the objective-based side. Well, yeah, there is a loot crate on the other side of the map, but this is really where you have more room to work with on a higher ground, as well as more resources that are falling and dropping around there. Just Taskmaster and crew Firebeavers going to be able to spray and pray a little bit more. Well, not spray and pray, but controlled spray at range at the enemy team. And they have a lot of cover to work with to also heal if they need to. Bombarders don't really seem to want to move just yet, and of course they don't have to. Circle's still looking fine for everybody. But this is definitely one of those rounds where that circle might come into play, and it's a 1-1 right now, so there is still some risk that can be taken without feeling like you're going to get booted out of the map.
Playing as well here, and maybe not quite outside the ideal range of the R99, but certainly outside of the optimum range of the R99, just because of the way that you've got to keep that tracking going to do consistent damage with it. It comes back to it not being a burst weapon, it is a sustained fire weapon, so your tracking has to be good. Like that's the different skills you have here. Something like the Bocek bow, or a wingman, or any kind of sniper, like it's flick, it's one shot, you've done your damage, you look for the next one. And so it's really more about that individual precise shot. For something like an L-Star and R99, your tracking has to be good. And so what I think we'll see is teams at the very highest level have players that can do both and do both consistently, which is why you see them run things like a wingman L-Star or Mozambique L-Star, R99. Sustained fire, high burst damage. That's the variation that you need for these sort of compositions.
Nice spray from the Painter, but does get sprayed heavily back, almost going down actually to that one. Trying to now find room to heal up, does actually get it. Painter and What Beast, and there's the flank. Painter just gets them on the back. Sunset out of it already. Ooh. And do know that's, of course, that was not the clutch one in the previous round that has been won. But there is Taskmaster coming in, gets one already, does get down himself, and there... I'll have to see the last kill feed, because both teams missing two.
Yeah, it was very close.
That was indeed the Painter that gets Nubo in the end, for somehow. So it does look like indeed Firebeavers up one round.
And I think one interesting note that I wanted to touch on there was this is the first time we've seen Painter use the gravity well, not for getting into trouble, but for getting out of trouble. So it was used there almost the same way you would use an Octane jump pad, right? It's deployed and you are gone, and it buys you a bit of time to pop the shield whilst you get into cover. Ultimately, didn't work out for them, but it did mean that they were in a much better position to take that fight if the game had gone on a little longer here. So it's good to me that we see players like Painter actually using all of the utility of the kit, not just using it to get into the fight straight away. Taskmaster is down already, though, for Fire Beavers.
Yeah, once again, another of those moments where the Pathfinder goes for the aggressive position to try and take the loot crate. Does get pushed on, though, and there is the lifeline. Trying to save the teammate. Not going to happen this time around. There's just one left. That's Bombarders. Wow. They actually took the last round. That was me calling it correctly. Bombarders. We're up 2-1, now up 3-1. That means they win the map. First map going over to not Fire Beavers. And that's a statement.
Wow. Well, yeah, and first map going over to Bombarders, and also another first here today. This is the first time we have seen a Gibraltar ultimate come into play. So the barrage there actually a very big part of why that worked out the way it did, finding some utility out of the Gibraltar that is not just the dome. And so by denying the use of a very specific area, adding in some splash damage, particularly in an environment where you know your team is not at risk of receiving that damage as well, and the fact that it came out as such a surprise, because so far we have not seen anybody use the Gibraltar ultimate. Bombarders just caught Fire Beavers completely napping. They took the tempo and they went, we're not going to bother with changing the speed of it, but we are going to change the time signature by adding this ultimate into the mix. And so if Bombarders can keep coming up with this kind of interesting playmaking style, then Fire Beavers are really going to have to step up their game if they want to find a way to counter that, because they cannot let that kind of surprise play catch them off guard, because that is how they will leave the tournament.
Yeah, and that would be a shame. Of course, Fire Beavers.
Yeah,
like we said, we keep just talking about it, constantly saying, "Oh, they're the favorites, they're the favorites, they're the favorites." And if this might have been like in the actual Battle Royale mode, that has so much merit to it, just because of the performance. But I've also been saying, I said this off cam, not so much on cam, that Fire Beavers have had very up and down performances. Like in the weeks, months leading up to the ALGS, they actually weren't performing so hot in a lot of like community tier 2 tournaments, but all of a sudden ALGS, the championships, just come out on second. So there is an argument to be made that they might not have consistency in their performance as much. Like it really depends on the day performance. Yeah. And when it comes to that, they might just not have their optimal day today. But that's all it takes. Just one game that you're not really feeling so hot, and in a single elimination, you're just out.
And I feel like maybe more than any other esports, certainly the ones I've covered, it feels like this is the game where having one off day seems to happen the most often. And I think a lot of that is like in the broader game mode, in the actual battle royale, it's a lot to do with whether or not you have been identified as a threat.
Yeah, I'm sure Phil had a beautiful point there. Unfortunately, we won't be able to actually go through it. That being said, yeah, that is the big difference, right? Like in battle royales, but also in between battle royale and arcade, is you don't really get that round reset. Well, you do get the round reset, but it's a different type of round reset. Like the fact that in the battle royale you have these very long games, and then these, you have these very long games to try and get back into it. That's not really arena. Like the speed in which we're going through these games and through these maps is really not comparable to what these teams are maybe used to in recuperation time for something like an arena mode.
Well, arena mode already hotting up here, and that looks like one down already, and it's Taskmaster. Whatbeast getting the better of them here. And that's the L-Star coming out again for Whatbeast, and that's going to be Impulse down 2, and Bombarders at the minute just looking like they've got Fire Beaver's number. That's a very quick round.
Yeah, Fire Beavers is not looking so hot, especially Taskmaster. They had that one huge clutch on the last map, but after that they've just been dying first a lot. That's like the third time in a row that happened, and you gotta stop getting punished for that. I know you want to take an aggressive position. I know you want to be somewhere first. but maybe try and play it out as a team a little bit for a round or two, and just figure out if that maybe is working better. Because if you keep getting caught out like this, you're constantly putting your team at a 2v3, and that's not a disadvantage you want them to be at. So Bombarders just able to capitalize on maybe misposition or over aggression a little bit too much.
I think this is kind of coming down to the tempo mismatch problem that we saw between Game of Drones and their opponents. In that there is a lot of control being taken here by Bombarders by taking a more aggressive position, using things like the gravity well to just get the drop on the opponent and take it at a speed that is more advantageous for you, and Fire Beavers are being a little bit slow to adapt to that. So we will have the gravity well out here for the Pains. So that's going to stick around for a little while here. I think they're using it just to try and get an angle onto Fire Beavers, and Pains actually took a lot of damage there whilst using that gravity well.
I mean, yeah, it's a fun use of the gravity well, but nothing much came out of it just then. Few nice shots from Taskmaster. Playing a little bit more conservative this round and definitely paying off already. Also in the Bloodhound this time around, it's a big difference from playing in the Pathfinder. Oh, there we go. Sunset under a lot of pressure. Hakan just jumps on them and gets them out of the game, at least for this round. Potentially, it's not just over just yet. Whereas the rest of the continuous fire and Bombarders, they're just finishing these rounds really quickly, really efficiently, and really convincingly most of all.
I feel a little bit classy. Like every time we come out of a map, I'm going like, oh, here's what I think has gone wrong, and I change it every time. And when you look this time round at just how much damage was done by the L-Stars from Bombarders and how instrumental they were in working down Fire Beavers, I think what we're seeing here is an L-Star diff, particularly in that round. And I wonder if we see Fire Beavers adapt into that and start to run it themselves, or whether they think they're going to stick with conventional weaponry and try and make it happen. But they've got to adapt, and they've got to adapt quick, because one more lost map and that is it. They are out. They make it as far as the semi-finals and no further, and Bombarders move up into the finals.
L-Star diff, not a word you hear a lot in your Level Apex Legends, but we might start hearing it more as Arena becomes more popular as a mode. What a spray! Taskmaster out again. No more Bloodhound for you. And now it's going to be 2v3. The Paints are so low, though. They don't even go for the finish on that. The Paints are just suiciding into this one. Actually, does get down eventually. But I mean, while they also lose impulse. It is just Hakan and What Beast versus the world. And there we go. Bombarders take it away with a 3-0. The aggression comes in, and the Horizon Gravity Well is the winner of the day.
Yeah, that was honestly pretty phenomenal there, coming out from the Painter in particular. I was skeptical of the Horizon pick, because I think there is the potential that you get into that gravity well and you stay right at the top of the gravity well and you fire down and you yourself become a big target. But they were very good about not taking it all the time in the world, using it just like an extended Octane jump and going up, tracking it as they go up, tracking as they come down, landing the final blows, and then taking the high ground position away from Fire Beavers. And at that point, it kind of didn't matter that they suicided into that fight, because the damage had been done. They'd already taken a player out. There'd already been a lot of damage onto Fire Beavers' Gibraltar player, and it just all crumbled from there. And maybe a part of that was L-Star diff, but I also think just a bit of a bamboozle coming in there from the Horizon as well really put paid to a lot of what Fire Beaver had planned. And Fire Beavers took one round. They took one round in 2 maps, which is not what we're expecting from them here. So hats off to Bombarders. They really just pulled Fire Beavers' pants down and showed them to the world.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. And it's the first semi-final already over. Just like that, we're going to move over to Game of Drones versus Cloudy One Fanboys. Who is going to meet Bombarders in the finals that are looking so confident right now? It's only one way to find out, and that's to play the next game. But as a reminder, Phil, what are these teams playing for? They're playing for money and Titan points. And what are Titan points? Right. Titan points are a wonderful thing on the platform of Trovo, where you can actually get higher onto a leaderboard. The more Titan points you have, the more chance you have to win. Titan points going to be a very very valuable currency in the future. Right now, though, we can show you a little bit about what's happening so far. So these are on the right side, we'll see the teams that have been eliminated yesterday, under which are Dunno, Pew Pew, Nitro Esports, Chipushi, No Way KRL, Two Pizzas, No Way BFF, Fatuto Ilpad, and Stay. And on the other side, we're going to have the 5 teams that have already been eliminated today: Ethics, LFR, Punisher, Triple S, Devushki's Anime, and of course Fire Beavers that we just saw getting eliminated, as well as the prize money and points they are walking away with. And then because all we have to do is decide who gets the other third, 3-4 place spot and who gets the first and second place. Those are our 2 games left today, 1 semifinal and 1 grand final, but we're not there just yet. Gonna be looking forward to this one though, Phil.
Yeah, I think this is potentially one of the more interesting matchups that we have on the docket today when you look at the way that Game of Thrones have been playing and the fact that they have been forced routinely to adapt into different tempos of gameplay, which hasn't always happened quickly, but has always happened. And we have Cloudy1 fanboys who have had just the most interesting run through the bracket with their remake and their map 3 yesterday against Dunno Pew Pew. I think this it probably isn't going to be quick. I think this is going to be a long one. And where's it going to be a long one? Well, of course, we've got to call into our resident map picker supreme, Mr. Octane themselves. So let's have a look and give this one of its final kickings of the tournament and see where we're going to be starting out.
Kick.
Let's roll the math machine. Thank you very much, Octane. Roll that on through. And we are going to be starting here today on Phase Runner. Golden Gardens to follow, and then Artillery. So, low ground, high ground, mixed seems to be the order for the day if we get as far as map 3.
For sure, Phase Runner, Golden Gardens, and Artillery. 3 very interesting maps in their own rights, but of course Phase Runner is a very basic one to start it out on. Not that much in terms of environment to work with. I mean, and it's also basic because there aren't really a lot of things you can use on the map very effectively that are like very different. It's just like a lot of boxes to hide behind, rocks to hide behind, play around. What I'm very interested in is if we're going to see more of that open grass play when they go to the loot crate that's next to the rock formation, seeing if there's going to be more fighting around there. But generally speaking, a lot of the fights between teams on this map have taken around on that gallery, where all the crates are.
Yeah, that does seem to be the most popular spot, and I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that once you exit the Phase Runner, you're more or less facing your opponent, and it kind of makes sense to do that. Unless you come in with the game plan of, well, we're going to rotate away from that. We don't want to get into this war of attrition. We just want to get in and, let's go explore the rest of the map, see if we can find some of those loot crates, get a little more bunkered up and ready for a longer fight. So I think, given that we've seen the propensity here for Games of Drones to use duels as kind of the tip of the spear, this skirmisher, we are going to see fights, I think, for the majority take place here in this original open crated area directly beneath the Phase Runner. Just because that's going to give Jules a chance to set up and actually make that long rotation in to try and be that hammer coming into the anvil of the rest of the team. If Cloudy1 fanboys just decide to stick together as a unit, that is typically how we've seen Jules' skirmisher style of play taken apart here. So there are some obvious win conditions on the board here for both teams, but I think Game of Drones have the most punishable playstyle. It seems to only work about 50% of the time, and as long as Cloudy1 fanboys can understand what that is, what their win condition is, then they're in for an easy time over here. So a little bit up in the air, but I got to say that the skirmisher style, I think, has not been working here for Game of Drones. I want to see them tighten this up and play as a unit.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that a team like Cloudy1 fanboys will punish them for it as well. Like, that's just what it comes down to. I don't think Cloudy1 fanboys, they strike me as a team that might have actually watched some VODs and have realized this is what Game of Drones do. But we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this one as they do run into Phase Runner. Map is out. Teams are strolling through the map, and one of them actually choosing to go to the center of the map. It is not Game of Drones that is going to be meeting with them on the other side. They are going to the secondary play area kind of this map. All I have to do most likely with this circle that's already formed. So like, well, we're not going to be able to fight on the gallery anyway, so might as well go to the center zone. Make sure we take position up there.
The decision kind of taken out of their hands here. And there's going to be the shield crack already. We know what a threat on the edge can be, either in the clutch situation or just from a sort of long-range poke, very accurate with the long-range weapons. And very passive here. Game of Drones not opting into that skirmisher style just yet. We've certainly not seen Jules look to reposition and try and take an off angle. It looks like they are going to be playing largely as a team. And it's going to be Streamy with the L-Star to start with. We have seen him put up some significant numbers with this in the past. Of course, the ability just to spam down an area and deny space, very, very important, a key component of why the L-Star works in the way it does. But until somebody really, puts the pedal to the metal and starts to close the distance, I think we're going to see this progress very, very slowly.
So far, Clyde1 Fanboy playing, very conservative, but also in a way that we're kind of used to for them. And the funny thing is that opposed to normal round ones between teams, this one has been just a very calm one for both of them. There's no real aggression coming out, but the teams are at least spread out a little bit more. Like, these players aren't necessarily playing next to each other. And that is very different from what we saw before. The main thing that's very different is that Jules is just standing right next to a teammate. That's not something we're used to.
Jules started to be less of a misanthrope and actually play with the team today. It's turn up for the books. Maybe having acknowledged that dying first in the fight routinely is not a great way to play. Trying to limit that somewhat. We see in advance where this next circle is going to be coming in. It's going to be a few more seconds before that starts to close in. But with this next circle coming in and the amount of space available for the two teams, it's almost definitely go time for this fight. And Game of Drones are already taking a lot of damage. And
already Jules down. Very characteristically, Jules goes down first. Doesn't mean it's over just yet. We do still have two more players left. Streamy and Shaq still taking a ton of damage. And Stroke also losing their shields. So not done and dusted just yet. Goes over the wall. That's a very nice finish there.
Wow.
Nice spray from Streamy. Just finished that one off. And that is the Cloud1 Fanboys taking round one.
And, we sort of touched on this in the last match. A lot of value there being gained by the L-Star. You give your Gibraltar an L-Star. They've got that additional survivability with the gun shield if they've bought it this round. It just seems to be the order of the day. I feel like this is one of the deciding factors is, can your Gibraltar use an L-Star? Can anybody on your team successfully make use of an L-Star? Do they have the accuracy and the tracking to make that work? If they do, you're going to have a much, much better time of it. Looks like we're actually not getting that this time. We're actually seeing something we saw from Streamy in our games yesterday, which is the picking up of the longbow. So they probably don't want to get into this fight particularly quickly. They want to set up and find a place for Streamy to get into a high ground position, a commanding position, and really start to make use of this longbow.
I love seeing Streamy on the longbow. It's been a joy to watch it.
Oh yeah.
As someone who likes to play the longbow myself, I do really like watching this, intently, seeing if I can pick up any tips. But so far, it's it's the same thing as always is. You have to find where they are, pre-aim the angle, just keep shooting, so you hope you hit them when they step into it, because there is some bullet travel, of course.
Yeah, of course. There's only the one hit scan weapon in the game. We've not seen that come out today. That's the, or yesterday even. That's going to be the charge rifle. There we go. The name just vanished from my head for a second there, but it is also, I believe, the most expensive weapon in the game. And I think we just see that the advantage of the hit scan, the fact that it's got the charge up time means that actually it kind of effectively functions as a projectile weapon anyway, because you've got to have your tracking so on point. It's just not worth the investment of money when you can get the same job done with the longbow.
Yeah. Charge rifle just seems to work on closer range as well, because it's such a trackable weapon.
Yeah.
But it's definitely one of those where you'd rather spend some more materials on abilities and ultimates, etc. To make sure that you have those up. Rondoniech actually doing a lot of work on the range there with that wingman. Getting a fair bit of damage out. Jules is relocating again. They're trying to make sure they can actually go for this crate, seeing what's in it. Do get the Mastiff out of that. That's nice. It's a nice pickup. And flatline too.
There's a Peacekeeper there as well. Should somebody else from the team want a pretty reliable shotgun, I think you'd rather have the Mastiff, but a Peacekeeper is not a bad second place.
All depends on when this circle's going to end. And if you do indeed expect it to be a final circle situation, then yeah, go for the shotguns. 100%. Because you'll be able to more reliably do a lot of damage at close range. Potentially even just win out the map purely because you've got shotguns.
Jules caught dead to rights there, and the follow-up is great. Jules is already down. Game of Drones already one down in the fight. It's actually Streamy there with the... and Streamy with the follow-up as well. Saw where there was an opening, got in, found the second. Jules and Lars both down, and that is the power of the shotgun. That was the Mozambique being used for the finisher there, and we've spoken about this before at length. The Mozambique, you kind of shy away from it. It's a joke weapon in the main game mode, but it is worth...
Yeah, I mean, even the devs just agree that the Mozambique isn't great, but they're okay with it. So let's see how many more can make use of it. I mean, in these type of situations, the Mozambique is actually quite valuable. It's just that every single time they're only 2 meters more away, that Mozambique just loses so much potency, so much value, so much damage. So let's see if we're going to see some more Mozambique shenanigans, or whether they finally feel like they have enough credits. Well, at least Jules doesn't.
Jules with the Havoc, and relatively well upgraded. That's the level 2, which has a bit of coloration there. But Cloudy One fanboys, they just need this one more point, and they will take this first map.
Yeah, so far we're looking just like the better team. And this is coming down to the way that Game of Thrones is playing. It feels like they're forced to play a playstyle that they're not really as comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that's playing right into doing Cloudy One Boy fans. Fanboys.
It's Cloudy Fan One Boy something or other is the team
Cloudy
name.
Fan, yeah, it's Cloudy Fan, Cloudy One Fanboys.
Cloudy One Fanboys.
Cloudy One Fanboys. Imagine just having a normal team name, something like, Hawks or whatever. Like just something that's super easy for everybody to remember. But I do understand that you want to stand out, and this probably would.
Yeah, it just makes
that no one remembers it.
Who Cloudy One is. I'd like to meet him if he's got his own fan club.
Right.
Another slow one here though. Like this is Game of Thrones have typically been playing very, very quickly, and they've not been doing that. They weren't doing that the last time we saw them either. They seem to have slowed things right down here, and it's still not really working out for them. Cloudy One fanboys just seem to have a better grasp of how to play in this slower style, and Streamy is such a threat. Shex is such a threat. I feel bad that we don't talk about Stroke that much, because Stroke has been putting out consistent numbers, but it's either been Streamy or Shex that have been like having this real glow-up performance today.
Let's move this way.
Yeah, you're talking about the finishers. It's always one of those. Like, who gets the last hits in? Those are usually the ones you talk about. That doesn't mean that everyone else wasn't contributing, because they got low somehow. So, whoever did the spraying before saw large value. We see Game of Thrones now in a position where they have to move, otherwise they won't make it to that next circle, which is about to start moving, and it goes really quickly in this mode.
And I did want to point out, actually, we had an interesting weapon loadout there for Streamy. This is the first time all game, in fact, I think over the past 2 days of play, that we've seen the EVA 8 coming out, which is, I would argue, most of the time an upgrade over to the Mozambique in this game mode. Not always. If you can afford to upgrade it, it's...
It is a great rate of fire, mostly. Like, it's great rate of fire, but still like good damage output. We do see Streamy and Jules trading out as there goes Jules. It's just going to be elixirs. Nope, that will not be happening. Cloudy One fanboy gets the win on that first map. 1-0 up in the series in a 3-0 fashion. Might not be that long of a series if we're going to keep continuing like this. And that's a shame, because Game of Thrones was looking really good. So, looking at map 2, what does Game of Thrones have to do to actually try and pull this back? Because that's really the big question that we're asking ourselves right now. How is Game of Thrones going to be able to come back from this? And honestly, it's not. I mean, it's of course it's a lot harder than it sounds, but a lot of it really comes down to finding the openings themselves. I do feel that right now Game of Thrones is playing very passive, which is not necessarily their playstyle. I do think they can make more of their own moves, try and play their own tempo, and right now Cloudy One fanboy is dictating everything.
Yeah, I think we kind of laid a bit of criticism on Game of Thrones previously, because we've seen them fail to adapt to tempos other teams have set, and I think they've maybe been a little bit burnt by that. We've seen Jules, for the most part, now sticking on the Pathfinder, where previously we've seen them also play the Wraith. We've acknowledged that this skirmisher game style hasn't always worked out particularly well for them, but at the point now where they are additionally being bodied in this slower style of gameplay, I think maybe it's time to take a bit of a chance. Like, go back to that skirmisher style, see if you can make that work, because currently this passive side of play is not working for them. Let's lean into what they think they are strongest at. It's a bit of a risk at this state in the game, but also playing passively when you can't make that game style work for you is additionally a bit of a risk here as well. And they've only got potentially this last map to make this work. They've got to find an answer, and they've got to find it now.
Yeah, finding an answer, it's going to be a tough one in this series. Of course, going back over to the next map, it's not going to be an easy one to necessarily walk away with this one. Like Game of Thrones, they are a solid squad. They sure are. Yeah. And the way they execute their strategy might work in normal battle royales, but it might not work as well in arena. And I think that's really what this comes down to. They might have developed a strategy or this play style within the battle royale and haven't really adapted anything to it when they went into this arena championship. So we'll see if they're going to be able to actually adapt to something. We know that they're the ones that can pull up those 4-round comebacks, but they are not there yet. They need to start the comeback before they can actually, get there. They did the first part. They are down. So now they have to come back.
Yeah, that's arguably the easier part of that, though, isn't it? Is anybody can go down in the map. Yeah. It's the comeback. Some people
just can never miss. And if they never miss, they don't have to come back because they never lose, right? So another side. I am very much looking forward to it, though, like seeing what they can actually bring away with this one.
Well, into what could be the last map here for Game of Thrones, and it's over onto Golden Gardens. Classic combination starting off here for Stroke, Wingman and Mozambique. Alternator and Mozambique here for Jules, so a little bit of a higher rate of fire on the Alternator. It requires tracking rather than sort of pinpoint precision. And for now, Game of Thrones are going to bunker up here whilst they wait and try and figure out... Oh, okay, no, they have been spotted out. I assume that they're going to have to move here, right, Classy? They can't just wait for Cloudy One fanboys to come to them. Because Cloudy One fanboys clearly know where they are.
It's one of those they can, but they shouldn't type of situations.
Yeah.
I mean, so far they're just doing a bit of back and forth firing. Doesn't seem like a lot of damage is actually being done to them. So Game of Thrones, they're looking okay. They're pretty satisfied with their current location, it seems.
Yeah. Again, another very slow one. Cloudy One fanboys, I think, completely dictating the pace here.
Yeah, they are. Nothing new from the past few rounds, but that does need to change. Need to find a way to set their own pace, set their own tempo on the side of Game of Thrones. Looking okay so far on this high ground, actually. Not too worried about them being pushed off here really easily. Play one fanboy, just looking for the next shot. Shooting into the air is Shex. Just confident that they're going to be able to get more bullets anyways. There's the L-Star fire finally on the player behind him, behind the plant. At least what looks like a plant statue. And Shex now is looking for more angles, looking for more players to get some shots in on. While everyone else in Cloudy One fanboy is holding a different angle from that high ground, so they're all super well protected against the environmentals. Streamy goes back up there as well, and there's three players on that same building. A few good nades would be great now, but they don't just have to just yet.
No, and this again is an incredibly slow round. Game of Thrones just not in any way interested in picking up this aggressive play style. It's difficult to try and analyze exactly what is going on here because Game of Thrones are just allowing Cloudy One fanboys to set the agenda, set the tempo, and unless they start to make some moves here, they're just going to sleep their way out of the tournament.
Making contact with the enemy.
It also feels like Jules has long lost a bit of confidence. Just by being able to go like every single time Jules was on their own, like going for like a loot crate or something like that, and ever since they've just been over punished for that, they never try it again because they just don't want to go down. But I do think that distance between teammates and then rate of the angles of fire is kind of what ended up winning games for them so far.
For a game that was slow, that was a very quick end to the round. I guess the second that the rubber meets the road, that's it, and 1 point on the board here already for Cloudy One Audio.
Cloudy One fanboys coming in here with another lead, and at this stage, it really seems like they're just running away with it. They're just going to be the ones winning this out, going to the finals. But there is a lot that can still be done from Game of Thrones. A lot of it just comes down to... So it doesn't come down to winning the duels. I think that's like a very big misconception that people have sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, you have to win duels. But it can actually be a very big detriment to yourself, your own mentality, to focus on that 1v1 as much. Because a lot of the time, when you say, oh, I never lose a 1v1, or I do lose 1v1s here, I need to win them, you're kind of focusing on that being the issue. And usually there's a bigger issue that leads up to you losing the 1v1. And that has something to do with, you know, whether it's... Usually that's not the mechanics, at least, of the thing. It's just the general game sense, gameplay, and positioning around it. You get ice stroked early this time around. Jules gets another one.
Ooh,
Jules probably sick of us talking like they have no value, so they have to make up for it now.
Yeah, it's about time they showed up, frankly. This is the first point they've managed to get on the board in this semi-final round. Hopefully that is the start of a comeback for them. Hopefully we see a little more coming through in this round. And maybe we go to a game 3, but it is only the first point. But still, that is how reverse sweeps are made. They are 4 map points down overall, but level pegging on the Golden Garden submap. Let's see if they can make it go the distance here.
Yeah, I mean, at least they would be able to play like themselves a little bit more. But Game of Thrones is definitely doing that. There's a little more aggression coming out from them. They were ready for the zipline to come up there, and that zipline is not going to be repeated. Cloudy One fanboy try and find another way to win this one. So far, good look from my Game of Thrones, though. Already coming in there. Almost got that first player with that EVA folds combo.
Yeah, decent damage actually going through the shield and into the health pool there itself. And, well, Rundish taking a lot of damage as well. Jules with the drop down onto the low ground, trying to use the Mastiff to make something happen here, but now has to go ring around the rosies. Has the high ground, lands a shot, can't find the second. Doesn't have the opportunity here to stop and heal. Will have a shield battery, but couldn't afford it. Luckily, that fight seems to have gone the way of the dodo there, and they have a chance to regroup, heal up, and go for the next one. Everyone fanboy's down, though. Only Shex left in the fight. Rondish able to find a pick there, though. Looks like we have an opportunity for Shex to actually get the res here. Stroke's still in this fight, but potentially risky to go and get that doing.
We're seeing now if Shex and Stroke can potentially bring this one back, as of course Stroke's still on the ground. It's just Shex on his own. Can he take down the entirety of Game of Thrones? The answer is most likely no. Maybe they can make it at least fun to watch.
At the very least. Ring closing in 30 seconds. 2v3, and it looks like we're getting everything through it. That you can hear the ordnance going off in the distance. High ground advantage momentarily for Cloudy One fanboys, but as the damage comes through, we see Game of Thrones take the high ground off them and take the round off them, putting them into map points.
Yeah, map points coming up here. It's exciting, you know, because we're talking about Game of Thrones. Maybe they're already out, maybe they're down and out already, but it doesn't look like it. They are the comeback kings after all. It looks like they're hopefully going to be able, well, hopefully for them at least, going to be able to bring it to a map 3. It would be a shame if this bracket doesn't deliver anymore. It's always been the closer bracket. It could just still be.
Yeah, it would be good for this to go the distance. Like we've only got one match after this. We'd like to see. We don't want knockouts here. We don't want 2-0s. We'd like to see this go the distance. That's a heck of a shot from Stroke. It's only the one, but like finding just oh boy, this is going to be a quick one. Both teams going for the same location. So the Arc Star out. And again, double Arc Star connection takes Stroke out of the fight here. Game of Thrones looking relatively healthy in comparison. He's another knockdown there. Streamy down, and this might be Game of Thrones with the turnaround here, Classy. They've got all 3 players left in the game. That's going to be Stroke down here. Jules is going to fall. Streamy's now down. Game of Drones not out of the woods yet, but definitely looking a lot healthier here than Cloudy One fanboys.
Yeah, they kind of get the res back up as well for Cloudy One, so if they will fully up, they're going to have a 2v3 full advantage. 2v1 full advantage, sorry. Let's see if that pays off. All the nades and explosions are still flying. Shex, ridiculously low, does manage to get at least the shield heal back up.
Ooh.
Tries to go back in,
so close.
Doesn't quite get it. Game of Drones, pull it back and bring it to a 1-1.
Yeah, okay, well, this is good. I'm glad this is going the distance. It was after that first round where it was 3 in a row with a little pushback here from Game of Drones. They're playing that a little bit more passively. I was thinking, well, this is going to be a bit of a damp squib of a semi-final. Let's hope that the grand finals itself is a little more entertaining. But now we've got a series in our hands. We are going to that map 3. And I kind of feel like what we said needed to happen here for Game of Drones happened. They upped their tempo. They started trying to play their own game. They actually didn't commit into the skirmisher style, sending Jules ahead of the speed that we were maybe expecting, but they just, again, upped the tempo. And Game of Drones have been that team that can routinely, consistently go, okay, no, it was just that we were in the wrong gear. That's why they were grinding so heavily when we were trying to drive at this speed. We've just got to up the tempo. We've got to move the tempo back down again. They finally took things into their own hands there, and that's why we are at even Stevens, 2 maps in.
2 maps in, 3 maps are the full it's the full ride.
The full batch.
Maybe we get a round 9 out of it this time. Maybe we get a round 9. We still haven't had it. So one thing we have not seen yet in this entire 2-day tournament, but I am still of hope. You know, we still have some way to get it done. At least 3 maps, maybe 4, to get the round 9 in. And what would it be? You know, would it be a semifinals without a round 9? Would it be a grand finals without a round 9? Probably not. Well, it still will be, but you know, not a real one, right?
Yeah, you know, we're looking at the balance probability here, right? The longer we go through the bracket, the higher that likelihood of actually coming across that that fabled round 9. I think what is worth looking at here, we're talking about, is there the potential for a round 9 here on this 3rd map? In game 1 here for Game of Drones versus Cloudy One fanboys, it was a 3-0 sweep. For game 2, we got 1 map going the way of Cloudy One fanboys, and then it was a 3-map sweep from Game of Drones. So whilst we have seen some back and forth, it tends to be that once a team has momentum on their side, once they understand the pacing that they need to play for that particular map, it's just done. Like, there's no real comeback so far. So whether we see that in this next round, I think it's unlikely. I feel like whoever can just find the right tempo for that map, and yes, I'm saying the word tempo an awful lot here, I apologize. Whoever finds the right tempo for this map and can just play it quickly, I think we're going to see them take that in a sweep. I don't think we're going to see that back and forth that we saw, for example, the Cloudy One fanboys versus Dunno Pew Pew in yesterday's games. So I all still to play for, but I feel like the second we get that indicator on the speedometer of how fast this is going to go, that's going to be the round done in 3.
Yeah, it's very likely. That being said, you know, you never know.
Who knows?
It keeps being one of those games where every round is not a reset, but there is like a soft reset with every round. So you can get like a different team coming out in a very different fashion every single time. And going over here towards artillery, where it is really one of those maps that can go either way all the time. It's fascinating. Not quite getting up to the high ground here. Stroke. maybe they're doing it on purpose. It's always possible.
Yeah.
But there is this high ground takeover from Shex really early on. Going to see if they can actually make it over to the other side, or whether they're going to have to challenge for a little bit. Angle is being done, but they are actually able to move up here, probably because the other side of Game of Drones has chosen to go more for the objective-based low ground.
Well, it looks like now that they know that Cloudy One fanboy are up on the high ground here, they do want to go and challenge. They actually don't want to leave that high ground sniping perch uncontested. But because Cloudy One fanboys have taken the aggressive posturing here, they're actually making it very difficult to close that gap, because the only way over here, unless you've got a group mobility ability hero, the only way to do this is to come across the zip line, and that's a death sentence. That is absolutely a death sentence. The less time you can spend on a zip line, the better here, because you are such an easy target.
Already a drone out here for Stroke. Not the smartest thing to do. They do lose Stroke really early on. The shield's already gone. Couldn't heal up the shields with the drone, of course. a 3v2 to end this one out. A lot of damage from Streamy, but Streamy taking more than they deal out. That's going to be one player left, and the first round going over to Game of Drones.
And that's honestly a little bit surprising because I thought the position that Cloudy1 fanboys had up on that back gallery was more or less unassailable. I think with a little more resource guarding, a little bit more marking of that zip line across the high ground to the gallery at the back, we could have and perhaps should have seen that go the way of Cloudy1 Fan Club, right? Because there's no way to challenge them unless the ring happens to close in a more favorable position for you. You put yourself in the firing line of the team with the high ground, and yet Cloudy1 fanboys took their eye off the ball. They allowed Game of Drones to close the distance and get in and fight. And the second that Gibraltar Dome came down, we saw it just take stroke off the table entirely for Cloudy1 fanboy. And from there, it was just a losing fight the entire round. So Cloudy1 fanboy kind of caught napping here. And Game of Drones playing the faster style we expected them to play. But they shouldn't have let that happen for Cloudy1 fanboy. They should have been able to fight that. They should have been able to guard that more correctly.
Seeing whether Game of Drones can make it a 2-0 to start off this map. They are again going for the objective, whereas Cloudy1 fanboy tends to go more for the high ground. So far it's been working out for them. Let's see if they can make it happen again. Circle is not necessarily with them though this time around, so they kind of have to move over again. But they are going to be able to, because there is plenty of space on this map, and potentially they're going to get drawn back over to the open.
Yeah. Well, Cloudy1 fanboys look like they've repositioned and taken this back gallery high ground position. Have made themselves momentarily visible, but uncharacteristically they're on the niche, not able to land those. Seems like we've actually got a split position here. And this is Jules playing Skirmisher again. The rest of the team are a little bit further away, particularly Rundonich down on the low ground. Will have Lars there as backup. But I think this is difficult. Unless you get Rundonich up there quickly, it's hard to win this out. But it actually seems like they've managed to isolate the Gibraltar player here. That's going to be Streamy down. Jules finding a pick. We'll trade the lives for it here. Lars is there. As Shek's down now as well. So Game of Drones momentarily in the lead.
Oh, the shields.
Shek's getting res, stroke down.
Yeah, I mean, Stroke is now down, so they cannot do the reses again, but Streamy and Shek's both been resed by that lifeline tool. That's why the lifeline is so viable. But once again, being up there on the high ground, when that circle starts pushing you out of the room, not a great place to be. Streamy, the last one left, only a sliver of HP, and then you get shot out of the sky. Game of Drones with a 2-0 lead. Only one round separates them from the grand finals. And that's a turnaround right there. Game of Drones super confident on this map so far. Don't care about the high ground, just go for the objective, and every single time manage to get back up there and still assault the high ground regardless, successfully.
You know, Classy, I had a moment there where my brain kind of fuzzed over what we were doing, and like, as Gibraltar ran up towards the observer camera with his happy little grin, I thought like, oh look, he's come to showboat for the camera. They've all come to showboat for the camera. I don't think they know that they're being directly observed. That is entirely in my mind. Right, up onto the high ground straight away here for Game of Drones. Not right into the back just yet, but I think they're going to come... Oh, we've got the Volts. We've got the Mozambique here for Lars. And we are just going for this fight up on the high ground, right at the back of the gallery. Let's see if Cloudy1 fanboys can make this work this time.
Looking for Cloudy1 fanboy to try and drag this one back from the fires. So far, the longbow not really finding purchase. We know that Streamy can do it. They've done it on this particular map before.
There we go.
There we go. That's a big hit right there.
Yeah. I think we're going to see this one progress fairly slowly. It's going to be down to Game of Drones to up the tempo here.
Oh, another one.
Because I think really all that we're looking for here with the longbow for now is you know that you can't guarantee a kill. You can't even really guarantee a knockdown because it's got a relatively slow rate of fire. So you're unlikely to secure enough shots in a row to get the kill. But what it does is it just drags out resources. Like it drags out shields, it drags out HP.
It might work if Ice Stroke is shooting at the wingman at the same time. If you hit the shots at the same time, you might actually get the down. And then you force Game of Thrones to relocate to the location of that player to try and get them back up. So at least there is that potential, especially now that the circle is where it is. They can actually force them to go back into that room and potentially get that positioning. Meanwhile, Shax actually went to the low ground, probably pick up some utility and maybe some weapons on the low ground. Running back up to the rest of their team. And there's Streamy finally joining the squad as Game of Thrones has made it over to the gallery to try and combat this.
Yeah, it looks like the ring is going to be relatively favourable to keeping this position in play over the rest of this match. And so it's really down to who's going to blink first in this staring contest, right? They know where each other are. There's no element of surprise here. They know roughly what they've got to clip because there's not been a lot of differentiation across rounds as to what people are buying. I don't believe we've got any of the big Space Denial ultimates in play, although that would have been a nice wrinkle here to have the Rolling Thunder coming out from the Gibraltars. Neither of them has that. That's the ring closing in, and it's almost entirely on this high ground position here. So, again, who's going to blink first, Classic?
That's a staring contest of this particular map. It's been a while since we've actually seen such a stare down on this high ground between teams. Just because everyone just kept on going for the bunker strats on the bunkers or the bunker location. But I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with this.
I wonder if this is a big brain play here from Cloudy1 Fanboy, because they do have Shex down on the low ground. Are they going to wait this out? Are they going to assume that at some point pressure and or the ring are going to force them down? There it is. The ring is going to start to close in. They have the low ground position. Ring looks like it might favor Game of Thrones, but they close the distance, and it's Streamy with a Mastiff. Gets in, lands a couple shots, but takes a lot of answering damage. Lars down. Streamy down to the War Club melee. Cloudy1 Fanboy down and out, and in 6 straight points. That's going to be Game of Thrones advancing to the winners' finals.
What a turnaround. I mean, we do call them the comeback kings at this stage. They do just know how to deal with the pressure and bring it home. But what a performance from them to actually do it in this style, in this fashion. Cloudy1 Fanboys, they've been the sportsmanship superiors, kind of the entire event, giving the remakes over to teams. Still winning the matches after that, but not this time around. There was nothing they could do to bring Game of Thrones back to an even footing, maybe even win the map out against them. So now we're going to have a grand finals. We know exactly which teams there are. It's going to be Game of Thrones versus Phil. Take it away.
Bombarders, and that's coming your way.
Bombarders. There we go.
5 minutes. Looks like I'm potentially off. Am I off audio again? Am I talking to myself?
No, you're there.
Okay, no. Oh, for a second there, I thought my big dramatic reveal of us going to a 5-minute break prior to the grand finals had gone into the ether. But that is it. 5 minutes, and we're with you for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Well, it's going to be the last time we see that video for a little while. We are here at the top of the tournament, the grand finals. Bombarders versus Game of Drones. Game of Drones, a little while to adapt to their opponents in the previous semi-final round, but coming out of that with a 6-point streak to make their place in the grand finals. Big Hungry Phil and Man of Class bringing you the action, and it should be a humdinger. If it's a 6-0 sweep in the grand finals, well, frankly, I'm going to be asking for my money back.
Yeah, kind of right. Even though we haven't really paid for anything, Phil. But
Wait, hang on, you're doing?
Maybe
you didn't pay for this? Why did I?
I didn't pay for this. No. Well, I mean, I don't know. I maybe I'm
gonna go talk to my accountant after this.
Maybe I did miss a message. It could also be that I just, I'm skipping on something. But that being said, we do know what these teams are playing for. It is going to be the €900 top prize, according to together with those 90 Titan points. But looking at the bracket, we can of course see how these teams got here. Bombarders made their way all the way through. First of all, No Way BFF, then Devushki's Anime, and of course earlier on the Fire Beavers, the big favorites that we had pegged coming into this, going out on 3rd, 4th place. And Game of Drones, we just saw them take out Cloudy One Fanboys in a 3-map round. Before that, they played a 3-map round as well against LFR. And they had a little bit of an easier time against Chipusi. But we're going to get the Czech squad versus the European heroes. Let's see what we're going to come out to this. At the beginning of this tournament, I said, well, you know what? I don't mind Game of Drones. They have that one Dutch player on it. I could be a little bit nationalistic here. But turns out I was right, even without knowing, it's still happening. Game of Drones in the finals against the other squad of Bombarders. But to see which maps they're going to, what is going to be the battleground for this stage, it is Octane once again introducing us to the map slot machine. Let's see which ones we're getting.
Ooh, that's got a kick!
One final kick for the 2 days of gameplay. And we'll see where we're off to. Okay, Golden Gardens, Party Crasher, and Thermal Station if we make it all the way to a map 3. So starting off with a high ground control map, followed by a wide, sprawling, low ground map of Party Crasher. So still all to play for and much to see. Clearly, the way the bracket works, we've not seen these two teams play against each other. We have seen a lot of footage. And I think the big story here is Game of Drones and whether or not they know the tempo they should be playing. I'd like to think by this point they've now played enough of this game mode, they've now played enough of these maps to know what the optimal way to play is. It's whether or not they can do that out of the gates. That last round, we saw them against Cloudy One Fanboys completely give over all map control on round 1, start to give it away on map 2, and then get a 6-point sweep to round that out. So we know that they can come back. We know that they have those comeback mechanics in them if they need it. But if you look at the way that Bombarders have made their way through this, so far they've not dropped a map. It's been 2-0 the entire way through for Bombarders, even against Fire Beavers, even against the team that we sort of expected to be here in the finals. And so if Game of Drones don't adapt quickly, if they don't quickly come out of the gates with that tempo ready to go, then Bombarders can just absolutely run away with this.
Yeah, Bombarders are the team that definitely is going to be that aggressor, especially in the first round. We go into Party Crasher. I mean, that's just a map in which that's very viable as well, but as soon as you go in there, that's going to be a thing. Very similar on Golden Gardens, honestly, as well. Like both those maps, very helpful to just be aggressive on for the first round that you're playing. And I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams can bring us on this map. If they're going to repeat their patterns from the previous rounds, which I'm expecting, they have a play style. Why not stick to it? Yeah. That's gotten to the finals. But yeah, Game of Drones definitely the team that takes little to get going. Like they don't really necessarily play on 100% straight away. And against Bombarders, that's definitely a team where you kind of should do that, especially because it's the finals. But maybe they were just holding back all day, just making sure that they had the energy left.
Yeah, maybe it's time to take off the weighted training vest and reveal their true power levels. As we load into Golden Gardens, it's going to be, well, no surprises here. It's Lifeline, it's Gibraltar, and it's Pathfinder, which has been kind of the meta for today. Oh, okay, Mastiff straight out the gates. And Jules potentially caught out here, locally playing with Rondinich, so has that bubble to play with. And it seems like Bombarders are going to make themselves scarce in the meantime. Ooh, that's a big hit.
Nice one with the EVA. Ready with the shotgun. Nice play as well. Just decide to pick that up early on. A lot of players will go for the Mozambique early on, but that EVA just as valuable potentially.
I like that. That was nearly devastating, just having that door open that little crack. Bombarders have now lost a good amount of players and a good amount of health here. Pains are down to half the HP. Doesn't have anything that they can claw that back with. And without the shield battery, the shield cell in play, a sitting target up on the roof there.
Very nicely played from them indeed. Now going to be seeing what the next round is going to bring us. At least it's a strong start here coming out from Game of Thrones. They were definitely ready for that entire engagement, but they were not the ones that were aggressing. They were being aggressed on, and that is something that they adapted to. They dealt with it, but that is also something that is worth noting for these next rounds. If they can actually take initiative themselves, or whether they're going to be that team that is fine being aggressed on as long as they can repel the attacks.
Yeah, but it's good to see the Game of Thrones are actually setting the pace for once. Like, they are playing at the speed they want to be playing at, and they're not having to do much to, so far, vary into what Bombarders are doing. I think at least part of that in that first round was it's very unusual to see both teams head for this high ground and not contest the upper floor and try and have this fight actually inside a room. Like, that was a bit of a freak occurrence here. So I think we're going to look to see Bombarders and Game of Thrones maybe avoid that kind of occurrence this next time through, because it's just such an unusual style of play. Like, it's not an indoor game. Despite the fact there are indoor spaces, Apex Legends Arenas is not an indoor game.
It really is not. I mean, you think it wouldn't be, but then again, it's Golden Gardens. There's a lot of houses, a lot of indoor areas where you could just fight. And especially if you keep picking up these shotguns like the Eva, like Elixirs has done, you do not mind playing inside that much. But then again, you know, Mastiff coming out as well. So they definitely, I think just from their weapon choices, they sort of expect the fight to be happening inside, or at least in close range.
Okay. Right, well, that is a...
almost there, but not quite.
Yeah, very, very close. You see the power of the Mastiff there, and the Bane's actually able to get the final kill there, which is going to put us at level pegging here. 1 for Game of Drones, 1 for Bombarders. And I've been meaning to comment on this the entire game. I really, really like that Horizon skin. Like, the Voltron... robot assembled skin, I think, is a really nice touch. Not a tactical, not a strategic point of view, but I just wanted to bring that up. I think it looks really nice.
Looking for round number 3, as they are all equal, as they should be in the grand finals.
You'd like to think so.
Straight away, the route to this high ground, no full-on zipline used to get there, though. Nice nade play coming out to make sure that they can potentially stop that. Jules once again taking the front line, as we are used to, but they are playing a lot closer together this time around. Once again, they are playing with all these shotguns, and they want this fight to happen in the indoors, at least at close range. They want to go aggressive. They don't mind going aggressive, but it also means they don't have the ability to fight at longer range. If you only have shotguns, they just aren't conducive to that. It's not like a wingman where you can use it at multiple ranges.
Okay, well, Painter will control this exit up from the high ground, but took a bit of a dink there and are being aggressed on heavily. It was a 2v1, and one of those two happened to have a gun shield in play. You see What Beast hold on to the high ground for now, drops down, looks to get the knock onto Lars, but it's What Beast coming up against the rest of the enemy team, and ultimately it's just not going to be enough.
Doesn't feel like it is, right?
No.
That being said, though, you know, so far these rounds have been super interesting. The teams are definitely facing off at a very high level capacity, and it's not like one team is absolutely running over the other. I mean, it's only a 2-1 situation right now. Yes, it's map point, but you know that's just the nature of it being a first to 3 with a 2-point difference. And I can just see it being equalized right now. though, do get another situation in which a zipline is immediately placed. This time they do go for that long-range move. Get poked down heavily. Elixir is actually almost losing their life to that one. But shields and health are going to be replenished ASAP, I'm fairly certain. Maybe to use the bot, maybe they have to use some meds. But Elixir is still in an okay spot right now. Going to be able to heal themselves up with the drone. Look to see whether they're going to be able to recuperate from that one. They took a lot of damage, but it has all been healed back up. And now they're just on the inside, looking out.
And you know, one of the downsides of that, of using zipline, is it does make you such a target. And whilst it hasn't resulted in kills, it means that later on in the fight you don't have shield cells, you don't have shield batteries that you would really like to have for later on in the fight. And you know, it makes me wonder why we've maybe not seen something like a Watson coming in with a Watson pylon to help win out some of those longer fights. I guess it's a little more vulnerable, a little more expensive to get the Watson pylon in play here when the rest of the team comps that we've got are so robust. Nice couple of shots there from What Beast, but notice that we do have the gravity well in play already. That will be there for a little while longer, so they can use that to get it on the top if they need to. Bombarda's currently playing on the low ground though, so they will need to find a way to get in or to find a way to wait this out. Looking at how this circle's progressing, they probably could stick on the low ground and wait for the circle to force Game of Drones' hand.
Game of Thrones will eventually have to move. Once again, still the Mastiff is there. Flatline as well, though. Nice spray after that. Elixir's actually finishing off Haken there. 2v3 to finish this one off. Elixir does fall, but they're looking for this 2v2 at the moment. And I do think that Bombarders has the health advantage. Though I do say that What Beast incredibly low. They do have to actually heal this up. Gonna be able to do that with the Phoenix kit. Planes are also able to heal back up, and there are the shots coming in. The angle is there. Both What Beast and the Planes are taking a little bit of damage, and the flush is quite right there. Nice. Ooh, both teams actually losing another player. So you can get, if anyone can be picked up. No lifeline on the side, of course.
No, it's Jules versus Painzer in an honest 1v1, and Jules maybe caught napping here a little bit. Did land a good shot with the Mastiff though. I actually really like this from Painter, just like I don't know, like a whack-a-mole, like, oh, I'm over here, oh, I'm over here, oh, I'm over here, with a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a kill, but enough to start to flush out some resources.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look for something like this, right, where you're in a situation where you have to use that Mastiff or the EVA as effectively as you can. It's just a shotgun off. Things are just getting a little bit of damage in here and there. Baiting the res, of course you can hear it when that happens. We thought they could get them to jump down sooner. Eventually the wind comes out from the Painter. And that is going to be another round win.
Yes, I think that equalizes us now.
That equalizes it for the 2-2.
Yeah, and I think it was really clever to bait the res, although I wonder why you would fall for it. You've got to know at this point in the game that in a 1v1, you are too vulnerable to get that res off unless you've got something with a specific res assist ability, whether you're running the Gibraltar for the quicker res within the dome, or you are running the lifeline for the unattended res with the dock. Like, there's just no way you're actually going to be doing that. Like, and the fact that the Painter fell for that or appeared to fall for that, I think is a little bit suspect. Whether or not they just went, okay, well, look, if you want the fight, we'll take the fight. I guess we'll never know. We're not inside the mind of the player. And Gibraltar domed down already here for Bombarders.
Bombarders looking for that advantage in the map. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it.
Brothers, let's move this way.
Okay, a bit of a slowdown here
Game
again.
of Drones. Yeah, I mean, Game of Drones just like to be in the indoors. Once again, they're just really, that's just a strategy that they're working with at the moment.
I genuinely thought that first frag grenade was going to do exactly what that second frag grenade did. It looked like it had clipped the top of the stairs and came back on Elixirs. Ultimately, the second one did go that way, so that's one article of wasted resource here for Game of Drones. Not a big problem at the end of it. but you maybe would want that back. And I think this is another round where we're going to see we're either waiting for somebody to make a mistake here or waiting for the ring to force somebody's hand. We did see Rondonic take a bit of damage there, but again, it's not really enough to force anybody's hand. But it will take the Gibraltar Dome out of the equation for later in the fight.
Making contact with enemy.
Looking for an opening into this. Maybe use a bit of a nade here and there, but it's just all up to fighting the little bits of damage and finding enough damage, especially to just be able to engage on this. The circles keep being with this as well, so there's not really a real reason for them to engage or get in or out of this. Rangers throwing down another gravity well to try and disrupt their movements.
Ooh, there's the first knock, and it's the Pains are down. It's the 2v1 going now in favor of Game of Drones, and the finisher comes through as well, so no chance of a res. Hacken low, and by the rate at which the healing has not come through, it seems like that's all we're going to see from then. And it's taken down, and it's looking pretty good now for us to move to map point.
Game of Drones is playing this so differently than we're used to for them. Jules not just running ahead on their own, they're just sitting in a room and they're fine doing it. They're able, and the reason why they're doing this, a big reason for why they're doing it as well, and why they can keep doing this, is because they have a lifeline. That lifeline is so super valuable because they can, as long as someone gets down in their room, they can always res them without having to stop firing at people. And on the other side, they don't have that luxury. As soon as someone is down, and also if someone is down within their territory, lifeline will be able to save them. No one will be able to save them. So they will always have that theoretical numbers advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I would really like to see, actually, we saw a little bit of it there from the Painter. Like, we explicitly don't have the lifeline value here that the Painter are picking up Horizon instead. I would love to see it come out as much more of a, like, a disrupt tool. Oh, we actually get the ultimate here from Horizon, and unfortunately it's not going to catch anybody in it. A little bit slow on the deploy there. We saw them take a couple of chances there to try and land it, and by the time Game of Drones knew, by the time that Bombarders could get that ultimate off, Game of Drones knew what was happening and just rotated out of the way. What it has done is allow Bombarders to take the high ground off of Game of Drones, but it means that they now need to play relatively passively to keep control of that.
See what Game of Drones. Yeah, I mean they're not actually in a room this time around, and Jules once again separated from the rest of the team is going to get punished straight away. Just the constant trend. They do get Haken as a cross, so if they can push on this, that res is not going to be able to come in. They're going to try and open this door on time to be able to get that going. So much fire going through these openings. Trying to get Jules back up potentially.
There's the finisher. Ooh, brings the
Haken
Pains out into the open though.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out of them still, and it's not that easy. Meanwhile, Rondonic actually goes down. It's a 3v1. Even with those low health pools, it's hard to get that going. Unfortunate, Game of Drones cannot clutch that a second time as they've done previously in this tournament. This is just a back and forth between these teams. You might get around 9 out of this, Phil.
I was just thinking, looking at this, going like, well, this is the definition of back and forth. Game of Drones, Bombarders, Game of Drones, Bombarders, Game of Drones, Bombarders. Like, we are already at 6. We are 1 trade away from actually finally getting to the first round 9 sudden death of the tournament. And it's kind of what you'd expect, right? We're at the grand finals. This is theoretically where the two teams are most evenly matched. And let's have a look and see if they can take us the distance here. Currently nobody with a point advantage either, so we are going to at least another couple maps.
Enemy spotted.
Looking ahead at this, Bombarders now going for the ultimate high ground. Once again, Game of Drones just setting up in that same house they've been doing so far. I don't think they're really. They're like, guys, we tried it once in a different way. It didn't work out. Let's just go back. Let's just go back to way back when.
Well, look,
no reason to change it because it wasn't broke.
It looks like an expensive place. Like if you've got property, squat in it until it is legally yours, right? Let's see how this works out for them.
After all, in Apex Legends, just like in real estate, it's all location, 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 location.
It really is.
Yeah, they're gonna be able. That's what they say, right? Real estate has 5 L's in it. Location, 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 location.
It's yeah, well, maybe a couple more than we're used to hearing. Interesting rotation now from Jules. Away from the rest of the team yet again. Sometimes this ends up with Jules forced to take the L.
There's an Egypt.
I did see
Yeah, a different L, not location.
Yeah, not location this time.
It's
This time it
L,
stands
the
for
loss.
lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do like that voice line from Horizon as well. Is oh, I've spotted an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay, high ground now for Bombarders starting to come into play. I believe that's Jules off in the distance, caught in the rotation. So, not entirely sure
who else
what
would
that
it be,
rotation...
right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Not entirely sure what this rotation was hoping to achieve. Whatever it was, it's not achieved it quickly.
Elixirs.
That's
Nice
unfortunate for
bolt to jump,
Elixirs.
just block those nades.
Yeah. I think that was the rebound there on the frag grenade from Elixirs rather than an enemy grenade coming through. It's slowing right down again.
It's one of those things though, because we do see it progress like through the rounds, and as more tools become available, they also feel like they slightly adapt their playstyle to accept that we cannot do the same thing, because this time they'll have so many nades that we just get flushed out.
Well,
the same thing goes to the other side. Bombarders also changing things up.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that the amount of grenades you could stack at a given time was nerfed in the main game, was because actually what it came down to was who had the better use of ordnance. You do a lot here to avoid having that be an issue just by not having that many available at the start of the game. All else being equal, though, ring getting pretty small here, expecting this to start closing in and really start to force this fight to happen. Like it's been real slow getting off the ground here, but the ring is itself getting real small. So expect to see this wrap up in the next few seconds or so, Classy. It is an absolute bloodbath in the circle here.
Not enough shotgun power coming out from Game of Drones as Bombarders taking a 4-3 lead, if I'm not mistaken. Or a 4-3. It's 4-3.
Yeah. Don't worry. I've got a notebook here. We are keeping track of it.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
So one more round for Bombarders, and they will take this map.
But again, one more round for Game of Drones. We might actually get a full-on. I'll get the replay to see. Look at that perspective as well. Still hitting so many shots with that shotgun, but Elixir couldn't eventually pull that out. So, yeah. It's either 1 or 2 more rounds, but we are 1 round away from the potential fabled round 9 in the grand finals. It's definitely everything we could have hoped for.
Yeah, looking very close. And just going back to that replay, like sometimes you can, like if you've played enough, if you've cast enough, you can kind of hear what the comms are. And I can tell you for a fact that in that final fight, the comms there were just the entire time.
Yeah. Logic just goes out the window in that situation. It's just hit as many shots on the enemy as you can. I don't care who goes down first, as long as they all die in the end.
This is not going well for Game of Drones, and it took us a lot of rounds through. We didn't quite get to that fabled deathmatch, that famous deathmatch, not the word I wanted, that sudden death round. 8 is definitely the record for the tournament. That is as many rounds as we have been through here. And that is going to be Bombarders taking an early lead. 1 more map separates them and the grand final winner's position. Took us a long time to get here, and expecting this next round is going to be just as long, Classy.
And are they going to be crashing the victory party, this Game of Drones? That is the question. Drone strike incoming, right? That being said,
I see what
it has been a... I mean, look, I had to, right? But it has to be... It has to be, you know, another close game. I can always not imagine it wouldn't be. But Bombarders, as soon as it came to like more open fights, as soon as they weren't bunkered in Game of Drones, it really just started to come down to Bombarders looking like the better team. And the question is whether that had to do anything with the weapon choices, of course, from a Game of Drones. Like, if they always just kept buying shotguns and relatively close-range weapons, then yeah, it's not surprising that they're going to be suffering in like longer range and more spray-oriented fights, because they just don't have the weapons to measure up to it. And we didn't see them get those type of weapons on other maps. It really felt like a very specific thing they were doing on Golden Gardens.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting it to be a very different outcome when we go to other maps. That being said, that could also just mean that they got a few rounds off of like a cheesy strat on Golden Gardens, and Bombarders is just gonna run away with it. Like
Yeah.
I'm fully accepting that we could just see a 3-0 on Party Crashers and we're just done. Like I'm accepting that that's a possibility, because that is the other side of the coin. It can be a niche cheese strat in which you win those rounds with, and after that you just fall apart. So Game of Thrones, I mean, you got to show us something that is not a cheese shotgun strat, really.
Yeah. You'd love to see them lean a little more into one of the other weapons that we've seen a lot of success from. I think the L-Star has been a very consistent star of this game mode, streaming in particular, making that work really well. There's absolutely no reason at all why somebody else couldn't make that work, and it gives you a lot of range to play with. Like we've seen it used almost as like a sniper rifle, but also in a close fight, you can just, you know, hold down the trigger and go nuts. Right? It's not a shotgun, but it's a lot of very consistent damage.
Yeah, it really is. It's a lot of consistent damage, and I think that's what it really comes down to. Is like the shotgun, yeah, it's good damage if you can land the shots at a decent range, but the versatility of a weapon really makes it meta in a lot of times. Because close range and long range and mid range, they're all kind of present in a situation like that, and there are just guns that do it a lot better. It's most of the assault rifles, the automatic rifles, as well as something like, you know, a pistol quality that has more range potential because you have the accuracy. So Wingman, very obvious choice. And then you have the outliers that are a bit more interesting, things like a Bocek, maybe the L-Star, you could potentially fall under that. But even guns like a Devotion and a Spitfire are not that popular in here because they're too spray and pray. They're not accurate enough a lot of the time.
Yes, I mean, we've seen them come out a couple of times. I believe we did see somebody come out with a Spitfire flatline lineup, which I think is an interesting lineup because those guns, they kind of perform the same task to varying degrees at different ranges, different amounts of spray, and I think there's a reason we've not seen that be particularly popular. Like the perceived wisdom for Apex as a battle royale is you pick something with range and spray potential, and you pick something with up close potential. So you typically see one of the better shotguns with something like a flatline R301 carbine. R99 kind of fell a little bit out of favor after a round of nerfs took it from being like the must-pick weapon, but like I still think that holds here. I still think you need long range, not burst, but spray potential, and then you need the burst potential on top of that, so that you've got all those situations covered. And I think coming back to it, that's why I like the L-Star. Is the L-Star kind of gives you a lot of scope for using it in different conditions. Instead, we're going to see the Volt and the Mozambique out here for Elixirs, and I think the Volt is probably one of the better mid-range, high rate of fire weapons in the game. Even after a few changes since launch, like I think it's still consistently a very good weapon. That's why we're seeing it being picked up here.
Yeah, for sure. We're looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing on this map. Jules, on there a little bit on the left. Not a location where we've seen Jules really go before, honestly. A little bit of a center stage position this time around. But they are playing a lot closer together. And so I'm wondering whether they've been like just reevaluating that Jules going on their own was a bad idea. Maybe they're deciding that specifically versus Bombarders it's a bad idea. There's definitely a few question marks around that, like the way that changed up their playstyle. And this is definitely a map in which you can see that transpire a little bit more, the way they changed it.
Ooh, that's a lot of spray damage very early from the Painter. Good use of the R99. Did take a bit of damage. We'll need to stop and heal that up if possible. Don't really want to go in half-cocked into this next fight. And Gibraltar Dome out early here for Game of Drones. Won't have that in the next fight. A momentary advantage from Bombarders, as we have lost all the shielding off of the Painter. And here it is, the dive comes through, the drop down, and out of the way the rotation comes through. And that was over very, very quickly, though.
Yeah, they're just able to like very, very slowly progress further and further forward, and eventually just dive on them from that high ground, using that stage as their as their jumping platform, really. So We'll see whether or not Bombarders in Game of Drones are going to change anything up from what they did just now. I personally hope they're going to go to the other side of the map at some point, because that's a very different dynamic. It becomes way more... it becomes way more interesting. It's almost like, a paintball arena with all those little cover places and all the walls that are in the way. So much more than any of the other places on any other map. There's way more opportunity for very slow advances by going from cover to cover.
And, well, that's a very quick advance here from Game of Drones using the Gibraltar zipline. So the Gibraltar zipline, the Pathfinder zipline. Mashing up those two heroes. Early shot out from Rondonette, the wingman. And we've seen a lot of good long-range play here from Rondonette, as well as some good clutch play. It would be great to see him rewarded for some of that today. Of course, second place, not to be sneezed at. He'll be gunning for that first place. Bombarders with other thoughts on that one. Seems like the Pains knows where some of Game of Drones are. Still nobody properly engaging. Here's where we start to see things black out. And the L-Star coming in from What Beast. We were looking for this to be a real difference maker, but Bombarders have already lost Painzer, so they're in the 2v1 here. They need to quickly equalize this one. A lot of damage comes through in the shield dance already. And there's one down, two down, three down. Quick as you would like here.
Very, very quick finish again. And like I said, I said it. It's a very good possibility. We're just going to get a very quick 3-0 on the second map and we're done. But yeah, it's just looking like Bombarders have got their number. They figured it out. They cracked the code. And, well, they're here to not crash the party. Or not have their party crashed, at least. They're just going to get the victory. We're going to win the 900 euros and 90 Titan points.
Yeah, it's map point. It's match point. It's tournament point. One more point needed here for Bombarders to put them at the top of the pile. Game of Drones, life on the line here. Need to start pushing back. They've got to have this one go their way for them to start putting themselves back in contention. And, well, it's raining ordnance, and running in a little bit of trouble there. I believe one of those winged jewels. Bombarders already putting in the pressure. Rotterdam's forced out early from both sides. And seeing some more value from the L-Star here from More Beast, but needs to be a little bit careful. Took a lot of damage on the way through. But Jules is down, and Rondonette is down. And this is going to be just how it goes out. It's going to be the 3. And, Bombarders come out with a clean 3-0 on Party Crashers to round out the match, round out the tournament, and walk away the victors in the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arenas Finals.
Let's look at it one more
Very
time.
quickly done.
It is going to be the big champions, the Bombarders. They win the 900 euro top prize. Of course, runners-up still get quite a little bit of cash. It's not like they're running away with nothing, but still 900 euros. And of course, every single player each is going to get 90 Titan points. And if you think so, 90 Titan points, what's it actually worth? Quite a lot. You can look at the leaderboards on the Trovo Titans page. And right now in Europe, leaderboard doesn't really exist, so 90 points is going to shoot them straight to the top of that one. Great job on that for these Titans of Apex Legends Arena, and congrats to Bombarders. They brought it out. They brought it out hard. And while there was a little bit of cheesing going on there from the Game of Drones on that first map, they did still put up a very good fight. Unfortunately, it wasn't as close on that second map, but they made it to the finals in some very close games. Game of Drones were part of some of the most exciting games that we've seen these 2 days. And yeah, they get to second place still. So hats off to them. New formed Game of Drones, still looking to be a contender in Apex, the Apex scene. But there we go, Bombarders. It says 1-0, but it was a 2-0, of course, still. And everything else, all the other matches that came off. Of course, the VODs will be available after this stream ends. The one from yesterday is already up, so definitely do not shy away from watching back what is there. But let's go again. Let's see what the Bombarders run away with. They get that 900 euros, but they get a little bit more. They get those 90 point each. We get the full results list. As you can see, the teams that went out yesterday still get 50 euros as well as 5 Titan points per player. But then today, Ethics, LFR, Punisher, SSS, Devoshki Anime, they all get 10 points per player as well as the 100 euros to split amongst themselves. And then the 200 euros and 20 points per player go to Cloudy One Fanboys, those Fire Beavers, of course the Bombarders with the 900, and then Game of Drones with the 400. And the 40
I think
points.
it's a really nice story for Bombarders, right? Because at the start of this 2 days event, we said, okay, so we think we need to look out for Fire Beavers and also Game of Drones. And we saw Fire Beavers and Game of Drones come right the way up to the finals and the semi-finals, and it was still Bombarders, the relatively unknown quantity, that managed to eventually take that lead and take the grand prize. So, we didn't know they were underdogs coming into this, but they, I think, have had that really good underdog story, taking out two fairly big, fairly storied names in Apex Legends. So hopefully that is not the last that we see of Bombarders. Hopefully we get to see them around, not just in the arena game mode, but also just in the general Battle Royale game mode.
Yeah, and I mean, if they just made this team just to have fun in an event and they end up winning, maybe it gives them the boost to actually pursue that in a World Series esports capacity. Maybe they get picked up by an org at some point. A lot of potential for them. That being said, that has been the entire event here for the Trovo Titans Apex Legends arenas. And of course, if you liked what you saw here, you think, oh, Trovo Titans, that's something cool. What else did he do? Well, not just Apex Legends, not just the arena mode. They've already done League of Legends, a few other games in the past. Brawl Stars is something they do a lot, which is again also upcoming this weekend. Brawl Stars is going to be starting here on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even tomorrow already. It's coming up very soon, and going to enjoy some Brawl Stars action. If you don't know what Brawl Stars is, maybe Google it. It's a really fun game. It actually looks awesome, and then for a cartoony vibe, it still has a very high depth of gameplay level in there. So definitely enjoy some Brawl Stars this weekend on Trovo Titans. Same channel. Maybe a little bit of a different time and a different game, but at least same channel, so it's not hard to find. Just follow the channel and you'll be able to find it.
All right, well, that is unfortunately going to be everything from myself and from Man of Class and our wonderful production staff helping us bring you this action. But as Cassie has said, stay tuned to the Trovo Titans channel for more esports action and opportunities for you to take part yourself in the coming weeks. Good night and take care, everybody.